fast, thrilling, and more sustainable racing. That's what the exciting new era of Formula One will look like from 2026, with new power units, advanced sustainable fuels, and different challenges for the drivers.
That's different, but it's great. The fuel story is amazing. You can see how ecstatic an engineer almost gets when you look at how it.
That is an incredible project, just phenomenal project. Complete separate to the unknown. That's one of those ones where the regulators have gone, yeah, do that. I know it doesn't exist, I know it sounds impossible, but do that. Thank you very much, F1 Sport. We'll take the benefit of that because you're making something incredible.
Rumours in the paddock suggest Mercedes will be the team to beat. So how confident are they?
Never confident. We are glass half empty people, never half full. You can't take anything for granted, even if the Mercedes polygon was the strongest.
Quite frankly, I don't know how much power we're going to get to the first race, so God knows how the rest of the paddock knows what we're going to get.
These rumour means are always dangerous. We'll not be carried away by any gossip that's been discussed at the hairdresser.
Hello and welcome to F1 Beyond the Grid with me, Tom Clarkson. Now the thrilling 2025 season has ended, full focus switches to 2026 for one of the biggest rule changes in the history of Formula One. Always raising the bar for innovation and technology, F1 has gone through different rule cycles throughout the last 75 years. But with new car and new engine regulations arriving at the same time in 2026, there's even more anticipation this time around. Mercedes team principal Toto Wolff and managing director of Mercedes-AMG High Performance Powertrains, Hal Thomas, are working incredibly hard to make sure the team can compete once again for world titles in this new era. Toto and Hal provide a fascinating breakdown of exactly what we can expect from the new power units and advanced sustainable fuels. What demands will the new regs place on the drivers and teams? How will they impact the competitive order? And what could Mercedes achieve with George Russell and Kimi Antonelli in the coming years? Very warm welcome to you both. It's the end of a long season. 24 races. How are you both feeling?
Personally, I'm looking forward to the end of the season. This is the last season that we're going to be racing this PU. We've been doing it since 2014 and just going into retirement, and I'm looking forward to that because we've got new challenges to look forward to beyond that.
Well, if I've got my maths right, it's 40 odd days until the 26 cars hit the racetrack in Barcelona. It's going to be a busy winter, short winter too.
I think for everyone involved in, definitely in the PU side and an awful lot on the chassis side as well, I should think there isn't a winter this year. We'll be testing straight after this event, and then, as I say, before the end of January, we're out on circuits with the new cars. So, right, there's no rest for the wicked, is there?
And there's going to be a lot of you two being together over the winter. I mean, like Christmas lunch together. Is that what we're looking at?
We are emotionally and philosophically always together since many years. Because Howard is doing such a great job over there. Whenever there is hiccups appearing and the power unit is an extremely complex issue, I know that Howard is solving these like he's always done. So our relationship, we're speaking to each other, but it's more informative. Howard doesn't look like it.
To be clear, I'm not fixing those problems. The team's fixing the problems, and they're a great team.
Look, I want to drill down into the new regs that are coming in 2026, but before we do that, can we just doff our caps to the season just gone? I mean, Toto, starting with you, how do you look back on 2025?
I think when we will be looking back in 10 or 20 years and look at the pure stats, you can see that the last 15 years were really good because we won 8 consecutive championships, and then the following 4 was P3, P2, P4, hopefully P2, and that looks solid and respectable. But obviously it hides the fact that in each of those years there was another team that was pretty dominant. So there was we were never the one who were fighting for the championship, and that is a little bit unfortunate. And we suffer from that from a competitive mindset. But it is what it is, and I would say I would rank this season like some of the previous ones in respectable. We've won some races, many podiums, pole positions, and fundamentally fighting for P2 in the Formula 1 World Championship, which is the pinnacle of motor racing. So that's how I would summarize it. We aren't impressed, we aren't exuberant leader, it's something in the middle, but this is the most formidable motor racing competition against the most formidable teams, and I think over the last, like I said, we've done a solid job.
Nicky Lauda always used to say you learn more when you lose. Okay, P2's been, as you say, a respectable season. What have been the biggest things you've learned in 25?
The power unit's also been respectable. We've won more races because of the customer relationship that we have with McLaren. It doesn't mean that as a constructor we won a world championship.
Can I interrupt you there, Hal, and just say, how much pleasure do you take from a McLaren Mercedes World Championship?
I think what isn't always visible to people is just how much the Mercedes PU is part of the overall Mercedes F1 entity. You know, we are owned by Mercedes. We exist to do one thing, and that's to win world championships with Mercedes. That's what we talk about forever at the factory. You know, of course, we say it's better to have won that championship than not, but we are absolutely part of the Mercedes team. That's why I sat here in the Mercedes kit. That's why I sit in the Mercedes garage. And that's why the relationships with the engineering group in Brackley are so strong.
Can you just clarify, are the power units that you give to all of the customer teams identical to the ones being used by the works team?
Yeah, they are. They're completely identical. So we design one power unit, we design that with our colleagues in Brackley to make sure that it fits the Brackley car perfectly, and then the customers are invited to take the same power unit.
So I guess this begs the question, what does a works team look like these days?
You know, I think you need to do one step back. Raison d'être for HPP is to win world championships with the works team, you know, this is Mercedes. But in order to make the economies work, and also to use it as a test bench and a comparison to the works team, it's good that we have the customer supply situation. And there will always be a part of Howard and I think HPP that is allowed to cheer for their power unit to have won a championship. And it's the mindset that we always had is this power unit has won a Constructors' World Championship. That means our car wasn't good enough to beat McLaren. And that's the sheer simple fact. So for us being able to benchmark ourselves, you can at least take the power unit out of the equation. That's the thing that is good enough to win a championship. So on the chassis side, we haven't done that. And in that respect, there's many reasons why we do have these relationships with Williams and with McLaren, Aston Martin this year and next year to kind of benefit from the faster development, old fixes, like I mentioned, investment from the Mercedes group. But we are here, Mercedes gives us this opportunity to decorate the most important shopping window to make the works team win. Nobody else is interested in some kind of customer success outside of our little microcosmos. It is the Mercedes team, and then there's the McLaren team, and then there is the Williams team, and that's something that we always bear in mind.
One last thing on 25, can we just talk about the drivers? George Russell said in Abu Dhabi that it's been his best season in Formula 1. Do you agree with him?
I think he was very strong. Difficult summer, I guess, with all the rumors, and he was able to stay to shine. He ranks among the best in the sport. I haven't seen many weaknesses this year, to be honest, and his growth has been impressive to see. So if he says that, I would probably agree to it.
You talk about his growth. Have you been impressed by the way he's led the team?
With 2,500 people between Brixworth and Brackley. 2,500 superstars, not one. And there's not one leading, or there's not five leading, and it's not Howard or me leading or any driver. It's just a collective effort. And the driver is the kind of last line of attack, the most visible one. And he has definitely contributed to the success of this team, contributed to how we have all been able to win races and have pole positions and hopefully be doing the World Championships.
Is he good technically, Hal?
Yeah, he is. He is good technically. And I think one of, just perhaps following up a little bit on that, I think when you say has he impressed as a leader, to be honest with you, the impressive thing is that I don't think he's changed that much. I think he's always been challenging. He's always wanted the best out of the PU. He's always wanted the best out of the car. And I think I was a bit worried coming into this year that he might actually change his approach a little bit to say, well, I'm leaving now, I've got to do something different, I need to do more, I've got to do it differently. Actually, the fact that he stayed pretty similar, I think is probably one of the greatest things that he's done this year.
He's a natural leader.
Yeah, and he's a very natural character. That's who he is. And he's a fun guy to be around.
Right, that's George. What about Kimi? It seemed like a season of two halves for him. In what areas do you feel he's grown the most?
I would say it's almost been, again, with 3/3. Because he came into the team, and of course in those early races you're like, wow, this is incredible. This guy with such little experience is really putting it out there. Then he had his blip, and the results weren't there, and now he's come back super strong. Really impressive. And to think, he's the age that he is, and he's dealing with it, and he's very intelligent. He deals with people really, really well, and very, very mature. I've got kids his age, and they're not actually, I can tell you that for nothing. They wouldn't like to hear that, but they're not.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Do you agree with how you split it into thirds?
The thing is that when we speak with Kimi, we're brutally honest. When it's good and when it's bad, and then you remind yourself that you're not sitting opposite an adult. Kimi is more a kid than an adult. You have to remind yourself that he's just 19. Yes, he's a pro in the car and he's been karting all his life and racing all his life. But from the maturity, we're expecting an acceleration of growth that is almost too difficult. I was been thrown into this, and I think when you look at some of the worst races, it's just overwhelming. I think the experience that he's making with all of the interest and media pressure, they're writing you up and down. You have an extremely quick and experienced teammate, and he's still coping. And I think that shows that he has great potential for the future, because, like Howard says, when I was 19, I was a bit of an idiot. I wouldn't have been able to cope with the pressures that he is. And that's why when I talk to him, I'm a little bit harsh with him. I need to almost take myself back and say, hold on a minute, he's a kid. And that's quite an interesting learning for us also.
Was your relationship with him this year paternal?
No, paternal is the wrong word. He has a dad, and a great dad. Super support from all of the family there. Typically Italian family that they stick together like glue. The mother's fantastic. So he doesn't need any parent because the parent is here. I think what I need to be is to look after him here when he's within the racing team, protect him from some of the missteps that he potentially could do or did, guide, put my arm around his shoulder when things are difficult, but also be open and honest when things are not running well, without ever giving him the feeling that this is a high and fire institution that we are. Some of the other teams have been like that in the past, and we've always said, this is a development year. So my role is, I'm running Mercedes, I'm responsible for this brand in Formula One and for the many people that work for it. So I need to extract the best out of him in order for him to be successful in the car, whilst always having an eye on him, considering that he's very nice.
How important was it to get him in the car, get this debut season out of the way before the reg changes in 26?
I think what we know and what we've seen in simulators is that next year is going to be different driving from this year. There's a lot to take in, there's a lot of new stuff to do. So I think it would be extraordinarily difficult for someone to step into that at their first year. So I'm pleased that he's done a year this year, definitely. Pleased that he knows the team, is part of the team. He's been up to Brixworth plenty of times. We've been going through all the technical stuff that's going to be changing. He's having his input in there. So yeah, I'm super pleased that we can racing this year.
Let's talk tech then. The 2026 reg changes. Everyone's saying it's huge. Is it as big a change as 2013 to 2014?
I think in the hardware, probably not as huge as that change. When when I remember back to when we were first talking about those regulations in 2012, 2013 time, you looked at it and you thought, oh my God, there's stuff in here that we're genuinely inventing. That electric turbo, running an electric motor at over 100,000 RPM, and these things just didn't exist, and we were having to invent that stuff. That was a real, what a push and what an incredible project that was. Many dips in the road, but that was incredibly difficult from a hardware point of view. I think from this 26 regulation set, so any element within it, you can take a battery, you can take an electric motor, 350 kilowatts, they exist. Okay, they don't exist in an F1 framework, they don't exist in the right size, the right shape, but they do exist. So in that way, this regulation set doesn't feel as big. But what it's going to definitely change with this regulation set is the interaction with the driver. Because of the electrical aspect of it, we are generally going to be slightly energy limited. So it's going to be working with the driver to make sure they've got the right energy at the right time to defend, to attack, to go as quickly as they can. And it's definitely going to need some real thought from the driver and from the engineers around them to understand how to go racing and how to do this the right way. And I think that is a bigger challenge than the one we faced in a similar area in sort of 13, 14.
So a lot of interaction between race engineer and driver during the races?
Potentially during the races, but definitely beforehand. Far more than we have now. And we already think, we've got these guys coming in regularly and really talking to us. This is great, but I think for next year it's going to be even more the link between power unit, the energy, car. I mean, the whole thing's so new. The way that's all put together there's going to be tensile outside of that.
How is the increase in the electrical side of the power unit going to affect performance? Are we going to see much greater torque?
I think the sort of start straight performance is going to be very, very similar today. What we kind of potentially could be gaining from the electrical torque, then of course is the other thing part of that is we've got the turbocharger that hasn't got an electric machine on it anymore, so you can get some turbo lag, and so we'll be filling in that turbo lag with the electric potentially. So I think in terms of sort of start straight, the performance is going to be pretty epic in comparison to what we've got today. But we know we're going to start to derate earlier on straight because we haven't got enough electrical energy to use it all the time.
What about the sustainable fuel? How much of a step into the unknown is that?
Yeah, I mean that's the when I said we were really inventing stuff, I kind of meant the bricks worth, because that is an incredible project, just phenomenal project, complete step into the unknown. That's one of those ones where the regulators have gone, yeah, do that. I know it doesn't exist, I know it sounds impossible, but do that. Thank you very much, F1 Sport. We'll take the benefit of that because you're making something incredible.
Is the fuel going to be a performance differentiator? I mean, Toto, I don't know if you remember back in the day, I remember some of the smell of the fuel that was used 25 years ago in the pit lane. It was incredible, and there was a huge amount of performance in that.
I think it could well be, especially perhaps in the early days, there could be performance in that. I think everyone will probably get to a similar stage at some point. I don't know if that's going to be before the first race or when that will be. An interesting thing that I'm not sure is also realised is the fact that it has to be sustainable to one side. Fuel regulations have actually changed more this year than probably they have in the last 25. So it's an all new formulation, and then just add on top of that, it's got to be sustainable. It's, you have to, all the fuel companies, you're going to have to lift your hats to Petronas.
For all the techie people watching and listening to this, just how different are the fuel regs? Can you give us some octane numbers? And
I can't off the top of my head, but what they've done is put more constraints on the fuel really to make it far more based on pump fuel. So there is the octane numbers. There are some other items that are far closer to a road car fuel. So I think we got away with in the past, we can't really get away with them.
Toto, it's rare for Formula One to change chassis, fuel, and power unit all at the same time. Are you expecting a very different Formula One in 26?
I think fundamentally it's going to land in a place where we're going to say that's different, but it's great. The fuel story is amazing. You can see how ecstatic an engineer almost gets when you look at power. And with Petronas, we're a great partner, and they are excited about it as much as they look at it and say, this works. So we have this fuel that hopefully will make it in the road cars, because if you can demonstrate that in Formula 1, the Formula 1 car, the fastest car on the planet is fueled by sustainable fuel, why can't you do a road car not? So that's the background a little bit. Then Paul mentioned the engines. We will be having 50% electric and 50% combustion. We will be needing to compensate for a lack of electric power on every single lap, particularly on the ones with long straights. And I think what we see now, the strategies, it almost adds like a little chess component. You know, where is the driver going to deploy his energy? Who is better prepared? I think the Generation Sim driver will be in a good spot here.
That's an interesting point. Do you think it'll favour maybe the younger drivers, because that's what they've grown up doing?
Well, the question is, what is younger drivers? You look at George and his generation, Max, they work on the simulator and they enjoy that. It's their generation. So yes, I think whoever loves to be in the virtual world, be it on a rig at home or in a simulator in the factory, is going to have an advantage.
The weight limit is coming down by 30 kilos. How difficult is it to make the weight?
Big challenge. You know, that's definitely going to be a challenge, especially early on. You know, every time there's a weight regulation, it's the first few races you're never quite sure where you are. PU has a minimum mass, and that is a challenging mass, particularly on the electrical side. It's really the sort of battery and the power electronics that a big part of the competition there is to get as close to that minimum mass as you can.
From a PU point of view, what will differentiate the different manufacturers? Is it a question of just how aggressive you've been? And because it's not new technology, is it just who has been the most aggressive?
Well, I think the project was very much our own building. You know, we created, as you say, the elements all existed. So you're talking about putting incredible sort of stretch targets on yourself and taking some leaps and doing that. But it was kind of all created by ourselves. It wasn't, unlike the fuel where the sport's gone, you've got to do this. It's amazing, go figure. For us, it was more, well, wait a minute, how are we going to pull this together, and what should our targets be, and where should we be investing our cash? Because also at the same time, we've been adding into the cost cap, or our own EU cost cap, so that's another competitive element of all the southern things. Where advantages come from, I think there's probably three elements, I'd say. Crank power is always going to be, you know, thankfully we're PU engineers, we love crank power, and that's going to be one of them. I think the efficiency of the electrical system. I think the more efficient you are with your electrical system, the more time you're going to be able to keep it on, and the more time you're going to be able to keep it on means you're going quicker. I think that will be part of it. But I think the third element, and one which we've kind of touched on already, is how does it all work together? How do you make that work together? How do you use all that energy? How do you transitively use the power? How do you interact with the car, you know, complete new car? How do you interact with the driver? You know, the drivers, you know, going to be able to do one straight incredibly quickly if they really want to, but they'll be knackered for the rest of the lap. So they can't do that even if they want to. So that strategic element and working out where you use all of this, I think there's a big part of that too.
Toto, do you remember you came out with your 400 kph line a couple of months ago, didn't you? That's what you mean. If you deploy everything at the same time, you probably can do that.
Well, I felt like we need to give that engine a little bit of a marketing boost because people were talking it down, and it's such an amazing piece of kit. So if the track, the FIA was suddenly a little bit worried about, you know, homologation of safety zones of the track. Because if you put it all together, we could do 400 or maybe even exceed it, but obviously you're going to run out of energy for the next straight and then not be quick enough.
Are you producing more horsepower in 26 than you have done with the current power unit?
The intention was for it always to be approximately, the sort of maximum power to be very approximately the same. And so, yeah, to be honest with you, I've not done a comparison, but yeah, it's very comparable with the Starstruck.
What chance someone's stealing a march on their rivals like you guys did in 2014?
Always possible, definitely always possible. Although the regulation set was put together very much in a way to try and avoid that. So there are some constraints on there that do constrain you to certain ways of doing things. So if that's gone well, less likely that someone's going to be stolen like. But of course, someone used to say someone hasn't found the loophole, hasn't found the amazing thing that nobody else has.
Can we compare how you feel now on the eve of the new race compared to how you felt at this stage before 2014? Have you got more confidence in your performance, less confident?
I think what probably wasn't particularly evident in 2014 was just how close we were to disaster.
I'm struggling to believe that, given that you got 16 race wins in 2014.
If you say so. I remember sort of last race of the previous season through Christmas. We couldn't get an engine on a dyno. We couldn't make it last more than 200 kilometres. We were putting them on the dyno in Brackley, and everyone was like, how the hell are we going to get to the first race with this? We were really struggling with reliability, with all sorts of things actually, even when we went to the first test. I remember vividly being sat in an airport on the way back from the first test. It was Gibraltar Airport with a beer, thinking, bloody hell, we got away with it for that test. What are we going to do for the next test, and what are we going to do for the first race? This is getting really real, and we're not in a good place.
And now?
Yeah, we're still I think honestly, there hasn't been a season where we'll call equally the same. And so, yeah, to be honest with you, I've not done a comparison, but yeah, it's very comparable at start stroke.
What chance someone stealing a march on their rivals like you guys did in 2014?
Always possible, definitely always possible, although the regulation set was put together very much in a way to try and avoid that. So there are some constraints on there that do constrain you to certain ways of doing things. So if that's gone well, less likely that someone's going to stolen like. But of course, someone used to say someone hasn't found the loophole, hasn't found the amazing thing that nobody else has.
Can we compare how you feel now on the eve of the new race compared to how you felt at this stage before 2014? Have you got more confidence in your performance, less confident?
I think what probably wasn't particularly evident in 2014 was just how close we were to disaster.
I'm struggling to believe that, given that you got 16 race wins in 2014.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's always worth to learn new things, so yeah, it's worth it, of course, if you love it. It depends. For me, it's worth it. I'm still a 3D artist. Where are you from? We won, bro. So where are you from? Are you a 3D artist yourself, working on anything? Um, Also, thanks for the follow, man. I did not said that the other time. I know that my net at the time was not right, and I missed that opportunity. Say thank you. But yeah, I'm doing 3D art since 2016, and to answer your question, I guess the most correct thing would be to say that there is no that big differentiation. You can be depending on really what you work on. For example, right now I'm working on a design, so I'm 3D designer. It's not that I'm doing the art about this thing. But then again, there is an element of this doing the art when it's the rendering stuff. So yeah.
Fantastic. What we're going to do for the next lesson, what we're going to do for the first race, because this is getting really, really, I've been not in a good place.
And now,
I think honestly, there hasn't been a season where reassessing how we and the way that we interact with the things that we wants to fix it. And genuinely, I think perhaps this season, first year I didn't feel like that with the current but there's generally always been something that catches you out right at the last minute.
you're supplying 40s in 2026. Honda only have one in Aston Martin. Who's in the better place? Honda, because they've got a little bit more flexibility, maybe able to develop a little bit later because they've got to produce fewer power units. Or you guys have more data and everything comes to 40.
It's a $1 million question. I think that we've shown in the past that having more than one team, and you said earlier in this piece, you're getting more data, you're getting more information, you're getting more just more policies. You just do because you've got all those cars, you've got 4 times the engineers all sitting around telling you that you do this better, you can do this more this way, and you can, that is very, very beneficial to have all that coming at you. It doesn't always feel like it, but it definitely is in terms of making a great product. But that is what they've got up there. We have to make decisions earlier. Or should make those decisions earlier really hurts you sometimes because you can that is the thing. I'm not even sure whether the right place is 1 team, 2 teams, 3 teams, 4 teams. I'm not sure. There's definitely a sweet spot in there somewhere. I think it's probably nearer 40.
So I think there are more lines that we need to discuss order is that we will reduce the amount of supply next second. Like how we said, we don't know whether someone chooses 2023 comments on new regulations going forward. Are they rather simple or not? Or what is it we believe we can learn by supplying more, whilst at the same time needing to lock in some designs earlier? I mean, when you consider how many engines do you need to ship to Melbourne for all of us?
16.
16 engines. You know, if you're Honda on your own, 4 or 5. So that means longer lead times, longer production cycles. So all of that going forward is not going to be for anymore.
The paddock rumour mill has you guys down as pre-season favourites for 26. I mean, it's a nice tag to have. Just how confident are you?
Never confident. We are half glass, half empty people, never half full. It starts with the enemy in the house. McLaren has been the better team this year with a Mercedes power unit. So if the power unit were to be superior, which we never say, we never feel entitled to say so, then you got to beat Williams, you got to beat McLaren, and you got to beat Alpine. As a matter of fact, some of them would have had more development time in the winter because they've not been placed very well in the constructor championship. Some will have come with innovation that maybe we haven't spotted, etc., etc. So you can't take anything for granted, even if our power unit, the Mercedes power unit, was the strongest. And on top of that, these rumors are always dangerous because someone somewhere in another team or another power unit manufacturer, fuel supply, everything, when we like to position you guys in a favorite role, but we are coming, and that's why we're not being carried away by anything, any gossip that's been discussed at the hairdresser.
Is 3 test sessions enough, A, for your preparations, and B, to give us an idea of the pecking order as we go to Melbourne?
No.
I think it's enough for our preparation, and there's been a lot of investment over the years, in dynos, in the way we run in the factory, virtual running to get yourself prepared. Yeah, getting that first test will be important. Just to shake it all down because there's so much interaction, so much new car tyres and everything. So I think that's probably long enough to keep us going. I mean, pecking order, as I said to you previously, we never think we've got enough power, we never think we've got reliability, we never think we're the best at putting that down on the track. If you always think you're a bit behind and you're always pushing to get that extra bit, I don't think that's any bad thing. And honestly, quite frankly, I don't know how much power we're going to get to the first race, so God knows how the rest of the paddock knows what we get.
So if the car is good enough, Toto, is George ready to win a world title?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Nothing more to add to that.
And how long until Kimmy's at his peak? Or do you think he can challenge in 2026 as well?
19 peak. When do we expect him to peak? 3, 5 years from now. And that's the time we need to keep him.
How much doesn't he know about this wonderful sport?
I think he knows a lot about this sport because that's what he lives and breathes every day. But there is the human component that you need to mature as a young man, cope with the dynamics and pressure of this environment. And I mean, no doubt that it's going in the right direction.
Guys, it's been a wonderful chat. Thank you both very much. Can I just end this with a memory from each of you from the last 75 years of Formula One? That is what the sport has been celebrating in 2025. Just a moment from each of you. I think I've got an idea what Toto might say.
What would that be?
Well, 2014 Austria is what I thought you might say.
It's Mercedes 1 and 2, and they're back doing what they've been doing all season long, and it's Rosberg, the championship leader, who comes home to win the Austrian Grand Prix. Hamilton's charge takes second place ahead of Valtteri Bottas for Williams, who finishes on the podium. Massa, the pole sitter, finishes 4th.
There was a moment where I came from Williams and was still shareholder, and we did 1, 2, 3, 4. And I took my car back home to Vienna, which was the route I did when I was an instructor in Spielberg, and literally with no money to pay for the fuel. And then 2014, God knows how many years later, I find myself in this position. I need to pinch myself about this still every day. But there's many great moments and memories that we had over the last 15 years together, and that we are so blessed to be in this sport, playing around with racing cars, entertaining, innovating,
fantastic. Memory from you?
If it's a purely personal memory, I remember arriving at the track on a Friday morning. It was somewhere in the Middle East. I can't remember exactly where. Nicky was there. Of course, Nicky was always there before anybody else.
Before the cleaners.
Before the cleaners.
No, the cleaners were there, but there was nobody from catering.
Yeah. And he was sat outside, and I hadn't seen him for a little while, and I walked up, and he jumped out of his chair, and he came towards me, and he said, "Ah, maestro," and gave me a massive bear hug. I will remember that.
Well, Maestro, thank you very much for your time. Toto, thank you too.
Thank you.
A maestro indeed. And I remember Toto's grin below the podium after his remarkable Mercedes-Williams 1-2-3-4 in Austria 2014. It really was an incredible day for him. Well, what a fascinating chat. It's the first time I've had an in-depth conversation about how the 26 regs will impact the PU and the fuel. And you can sense the nervousness among the Mercedes top brass, can't you? Have they stolen a march on the field like they did back in 2014? There's not long to wait until we'll find out who's got it right and who's got it wrong. And if Mercedes have got it right, then we're sure to get a very intense battle between them and their customer teams. Or as Toto referred to McLaren in this chat, the enemy in the house. Guys, many thanks for your time. Enjoy the short winter, and we'll see you in Melbourne to find out who's on pole and who will win the first race of 2026. Well, that's almost it for this week. Don't forget to check out F1's other official podcasts. F1 Nation's review of Lando Norris winning his first World Championship in Abu Dhabi is out now. Lando's race engineer Will Joseph joins us to reflect on how they turned their season around to finish on top. And on this week's F1 Explains, the team puts your questions to James Vowles about how the 2026 rule changes make this winter break a very different one for the teams. That's out on Friday. Just search for F1 Nation and F1 Explains on your podcast app. Well, that's almost it for this year, but I will be back with the best of Beyond the Grid in 2025 next week, so make sure you don't miss that. For now, though, thank you very much for listening. F1 Beyond the Grid is produced by Formula One and Audio Boom Studios. Until next time, keep it flat out.
Keep it flat out, okay. Okay, so that was interesting. The engineer Howell Thomas saying that they weren't really sure whether they will be on the forefront of F1 in 2014. Well, that's a bull, because really they had annihilated the whole grid in F1 back in 2014. And reading the Ross Brown's book, I mean, people were telling him as early as in December 2013 that he shouldn't be leaving the team, because surely enough they're gonna win the titles in 2014, and yeah, God knows how much more. And it turned out that it became the most dominant team in the history, even surpassing Michael Schumacher and Ferrari days, which was crazy to think just several years earlier. Well, that happened. So anyway, if these guys could have foretell that really Ross Brawn should not leave the team, because he will surely get the the flavors and all the accolades of winning the titles, while this guy now saying that they weren't really sure of their strength back in 2014, I would say it's just, yeah, it's not correct. It's not the truth. But in any case, always interesting to see all these perspectives of how people are thinking. I like the analogy of never thinking the glass is full, halfway full, but it's always but it's rather halfway empty. I can relate to that. If I always thought that I'm like entitled to something or someone, I would have never get to work what I work right now. So I just got this question of this fellow follower on Twitch, that is this worth to learn? Well, yeah, there's some issues with the streaming platform on my end. Something happened that I hope the stream is still running. Is it running? Can someone say a word or two, please? I am wondering whether... I think it does. I think it's still running. I think all it's fine. Yeah, it is. So, just a moment. Yeah, it's okay. So, oh my, from very long hours of working here like this, you might get sore neck, but it is what it is. I feel like I'm getting some messages, but I cannot see them actually. Let me check on the stream itself. No, there's none. Okay, anyway, so yeah, what I was saying is that I only knew that I loved doing this, and I just went with it. That's it. And besides that, no one knows, you know, like for certain whether one or other thing is worth it. Really, like that. I mean, when you look at the base of it, everything is worth to learn, even a foreign language, right? So in that regard, I'd say stay curious and try to improve yourself. For example, translators, here at least in Macedonia, the translators who were translating German documents, you know, for work and anything, they believe that they will never be replaced by a machine or anything like that. And fast forward, like how much? 15 years? They have shifted entire industries, because if they have remained with what they knew at the time, they would have been obsolete, so, and unemployed, ultimately speaking. So that goes to say you always have to try and improve. And what's this? This is from the bottom, yeah. This is from the bottom and very much wrong there. I cut it by mistake, so we'll have to rectify that. Just like that. It's like bringing back, it's like playing with Legos, but more detailed. ¿Qué pasó, Streky, brat? My friend is getting married today, but yeah. Yesterday people told me, but I forgot about it completely. Okay, I know you're seeing me, yeah. Yesterday I was talking with people, and he told me. I said I will write you, but I completely forgot. He told me that you're gonna make a small wedding, and I'm genuinely happy for that. I mean, I did not expect that, so yeah, congratulations and all the best. I hope you have a great day. And yeah, don't mind me speaking English, but it's because yeah, I don't want to mix those things. So you will understand me most than anyone else. So oh my. Tell me more about it. I'm actually gonna write you now on Facebook just to open up. It will be easier for me there.
Make it a habit, 7 minutes of Tai Chi every morning, all the way for 1 month. This Monday, we will...
Brooklyn Peltz Beckham has broken his silence about his estrangement from his parents, saying he doesn't want to reconcile with his family. In a statement shared on Instagram, the 26-year-old claims he has been silent for years. He's not being controlled, but is standing up for himself for the first time in his life. Correspondent Paul Calso, I'm David Beckham with today's World Economic Forum.
David, do you have a message for Brooklyn this morning? David, you disappointed family business is being aired in public?
Whilst David Beckham didn't comment at all there, or directly about the controversy during an interview with CNBC about his global sports program partnership, he did say that sometimes parents have to let their children make mistakes on social media.
I've always spoke about, social media and the power of social media, for the good and for the bad. The bad we talked about with what kids can access these days, and it can be dangerous. But what I've found personally, especially with my kids as well, use it for the right reasons. I've been able to use my platform and my following, for UNICEF, and it's been the biggest tool to make people aware of what's going on around the world for children. And I've tried to do the same. I've tried to do the same with my children to educate them. They make mistakes. Children are allowed to make mistakes. That's how they learn. So that's what I try to teach my kids. But you have to sometimes let them make those mistakes as well.
Well, we'll be referring to this statement on Instagram, where Brooklyn said, I do not want to reconcile with my family. I'm not being controlled. I'm standing up for myself for the first time in my life. He even claimed that his mother, Lady Victoria, cancelled plans to make Nicola's gown at the last minute and hijacked the couple's first dance at their wedding, saying, in the schedule it was planned to be my romantic dance with my wife, but instead my mum was waiting to dance with me instead. She danced very inappropriately on me in front of everyone. Never felt more uncomfortable or humiliated in my entire life.
It's like watching a fall of a dynasty. Oh my god. I never thought that anything bad will be ever written about them, and then you have this. I mean,
under the condition that Nicola wasn't invited. Well, Laura Beachy, the founder of the crisis management agency Honest London, said she'd be surprised if the Beckhams say anything else about the row, given how big their brand image is.
I mean, there's clearly upset behind the scenes, and of course there will be, it's their son. But publicly, the Beckham name now operates as a commercial architecture and not just a surname, and that architecture is extremely strong. So the Beckhams have decades of goodwill, global recognition, a fan base that spans generations. Their recent Netflix documentary were a massive global hit, reinforced, stable, emotionally controlled, likable image of a family. So unfortunately, when Beckham positioned himself in versions of events against that, that simply implies that the public, and by extension the fans, kind of being fooled a little bit by years of press interviews, documentaries, and that's not going to get a very positive response in the most part for him.
So are you saying therefore that the image that his parents have developed over the course of time may stand the test of this kind of public breakdown in relations that are being alleged and appear to be the case so far?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, with Brooklyn, unfortunately, he doesn't have the most positive reputation as it is. I mean, he's been labelled sort of a nepo child, changing careers often from like a photographer, next thing to a chef, and it's going to take a lot for him to be the Beckham machine, essentially.
Just thinking though, conversation's a two-way thing. We've not heard from the other side of this alleged situation as Brooklyn Beckham goes forward. What is the likelihood, and if so, what would you advise them to say, that David and Victoria come out on record to separate?
Yeah, I mean, silence is definitely key here, so anything more than a minimal response risk, reinforcing what Brooklyn's argument is, that everything is managed and strategic. So at most, one line, like, we all love our children deeply and it remains a private family matter. So I would suggest no explanation, no rebuttal, no expansion, because over-explaining would most definitely cause backfire. As you can see in like Brooklyn's very long statement, it's very emotional, and my thing with my clients is less is more when it comes to statements, because every actual word you put into a statement, that's another thing that people can analyse and dissect, and they will. Like even down to the sort of the wedding dress comment that he put out, people have already disputed that with what was written in Vogue back in 2022, I believe. And that's the issue when you go too detailed. So I would be very shocked if the Beckhams speak out on this.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone.
There's a mention of Greenland being invaded by the United States. There's the situation in Iran. Trump has snatched Maduro from Venezuela. There's talk of China taking back Taiwan. What the hell is going on?
Well, what you're seeing is the West becoming weaker and emboldening our enemies, and the final collapse of the shared myth that we were living in a structured world where everything is done according to the rules. That is now gone, and Trump is acting in recognition of that reality, saying we are not going to play by the fake rules anymore that no one else is playing by anyway.
Is there a risk with this strategy?
Of course. We can talk about the reasons for it. I think it's really important.
The floor is yours.
Konstantin Kisin is one of the sharpest voices in political commentary right now.
He's here to unpack the current geopolitical landscape and what could be done to salvage the West before it's too late.
So, Russia invading Ukraine was not an accident. It was a consequence of the fact that Putin felt this was the moment to test the waters. Can we now do the things we've always wanted to do? Because the West lost its focus and sense of purpose. So, for example, I don't know if you know this, Europe is 12% of the world's population, 25% of the world's GDP, and 60% of the world's welfare spending. Germany destroyed its nuclear facilities, thereby making itself reliant on Russian gas. And in Britain, we've destroyed our manufacturing, which is now produced elsewhere. And we've run down our armed forces because we have felt so safe and so comfortable because there's been no consequence. Well, the consequences are here. Per person, we have less money today than we did 20 years ago. We have the highest tax burden in peacetime history. We're driving out the entrepreneurs, and we've already seen a decline in our power in the world and our influence in the world. That's the big danger. But there is an opportunity to turn things around if we can make these big decisions.
What are you hopeful? Listen, my team gave me a script that they asked me to read, but I'm just going to ask you in the nicest way I possibly can. Thank you first and foremost for choosing to subscribe to this channel. It's been one of the most incredible, crazy years of my life. I never could have imagined. I had so many dreams in my life, but this was not one of them. And the very fact that these conversations have resonated with you and you've given me so much feedback is something I will always be appreciative of. And I almost carry a weight, a sort of burden of responsibility to pay you back. And the favour I would like to ask from you today is to subscribe to the channel. If you would be so obliged, it's completely free to do that. Roughly about
and you could do so on mine, please.
Currently don't subscribe to this channel. So if you're one of those people, please come and join us, hit the subscribe button. It's the single free thing you can do to make this channel better. And every subscriber sort of pays into this show and allows us to do things bigger and better and to push ourselves even more. And I will not let you down if you hit the subscribe button, I promise you. And if I do, please do unsubscribe, but I promise I won't. Thank you. Konstantin, there is so much going on in the world right now that it is incredibly confusing to somebody like me who doesn't spend a lot of time thinking about geopolitics or the bigger picture. I'm very, very heads down. As I imagine a lot of people in my audience are, we kind of get on with our lives, but every time we look up at the news, there's Trump has snatched Maduro from Venezuela, there's the war with Russia and Ukraine, there's something going on with Iran, there's mention of Greenland being invaded by the United States, there's talk of China taking back Taiwan. I wanted to speak to you today to understand your perspective on the bigger picture here. What the hell is going on?
Well, what you're seeing is the final collapse of what people described as the post-World War II order, which then became the post-Soviet collapse order. So if you think about 1945, World War II finishes and the Cold War begins. So you go from World War II to two big major players in the world competing for dominance. And that lasts until 1991 when the Soviet Union collapses, at which point you get the unipolar world in which there's only one hegemony, only one country that's really setting the terms of what's happening in the world. The West lost its focus and its sense of purpose in 1991 because we were like, well, we defeated our great rival, communism, Soviet, Russia, etc. And then we kind of didn't really know what to do, and we took our eye off the ball. And what's happening now is that entire framework that we have had since World War II is disintegrating very rapidly. But this is why, you know, in light of recent events and the Maduro situation, you hear a lot of people talk about international law. International law was, I don't know if you've ever had, you will know Harari on your show?
I have, yes.
He wrote a book called Sapiens, in which he talks about the fact that almost everything that we live in, the world in which we exist, is a kind of shared myth that we have. And laws and money and all these things, they are agreements that we have between us to make things real that are not real. Money isn't real. That piece of paper has no value in your pocket, real. Outside of the fact that other people have got together and agreed that it's money, right? Well, international law really was that, but even weaker than that, because if you think about what a law is something that has to be backed by not only the consent of the people who are involved, but also, ultimately, it's about the use of force, the legitimate use of force. Now, for international law, there's never been anything that could enforce that law other than the most powerful country in the world, right? So if China invades Taiwan, no one's going to do anything about it, because there is no overarching authority with the military to be able to do anything about it. And so that shared fiction that we had, which we were living in a structured world in which everything is done according to the rules-based order, you might have heard that term being used, that is now gone, and Trump is acting in recognition of that reality. And he's saying, well, given that it's sort of every man for himself now, I'm going to do what's in the interest of the United States. Is it in the interest of the United States, for example, to have an openly hostile leader of a country close to the US, which is so destabilized that 7 million people have fled as refugees? Venezuela. Is it in our interest to have this person cozying up to Russia and China? Is it in our interest to allow him to have Hezbollah training camps on the island of Margarita? Is it in our interest? It's going back to the Monroe Doctrine, the idea that America does not allow foreign nations to meddle in its backyard, so to speak. And so what he's doing now is going, well, look, this is the world we live in. I'm going to do what's best for my country. And I think that's what you're seeing.
Porn addiction turns high IQ men into silent underachievers. They're highly intelligent, always told they have so.
Is there a risk with this strategy?
Of course. There's a risk with every strategy. Of course there's a risk with the strategy. There was a big risk inevitably with the strategy, and I think, you know, as I talked about in my book, the West becoming weaker and emboldening our enemies, which is what we have done for a long time now, is creating an environment where we are opening ourselves up to challenge from other forces. Russia invading Ukraine was not an accident. It was not an accident. It was a consequence of the fact that Putin and other people in his leadership team felt this was the moment to test the waters. Can we now do the things we've always wanted to do?
And they thought they could do that under Biden.
Yes, but see, I wouldn't personalize it down to that level. I think far too many people get carried away with, you know, Republican, Democrat, left, right, Biden, Trump. It's an ongoing process that's been going on for decades. And the culmination of it was first the invasion of Ukraine, then October 7th. October 7th was not an accident either. Hamas, backed by Iran, felt that this was their moment to act. Because again, is the West going to be able to respond morally, militarily, and in other ways, powerfully to that? They felt that they were able to test it. The fact that China now is openly talking about taking Taiwan is again another symptom of this same thing. So the risk is there, and of course the risk as well is that, you know, the crumbling Western alliance, we can talk about the reasons for it. I think it's really important too, particularly we're recording this in Britain and in Europe more broadly. I think that's an important conversation. The Western alliance is falling apart, and that is always going to be a risk. It's a particularly big risk for Europe, I think.
How much of this, and before we go into the details and just catch up on a few things you said there, how much of this is linked to nuclear weapons? Because I was thinking, I can't believe all of these superpowers are going for countries that aren't armed with nuclear weapons. And it somewhat feels to me that the reason why the US wouldn't get involved if China took Taiwan is because they have nukes. And the reason why the US is a little bit intimidated by Russia is because they have nukes. So is it really the world is splitting into nuclear powers, and anyone with nukes can do what the fuck they want because they can basically wipe out planet Earth if they get angry?
And that has always been the case, except we've been constrained by the framework of the rules-based order. But that got taken apart, and this is where I think the West and the United States including needs to take responsibility, because the war in Afghanistan and Iraq even more so completely undermined our moral credibility. You know, how can you say, well, Russia isn't allowed to invade Ukraine if you go around invading countries on a whim, making up excuses and reasons to do that? So we have eroded our moral authority, and we've also eroded our military strength and the potential that we have to inflict damage on people who misbehave, so to speak. So both of those things have come together.
It seems so crazy to me that in my lifetime I'm seeing, because it's really going to happen in the 33 years that I've been alive, I'm hearing a US president talk about kidnapping another president and then going in and taking the oil. And then, you know what, we might take Greenland as well. We might have that big country over there as well, even though it belongs to a NATO ally in Denmark. It feels like something has fundamentally changed.
It has.
And I'm scared of the precedents this is going to set, because do we then all just get to start taking countries we want?
Well, this is what happens when there is a shifting of the balance of power. This is why I always said maintaining the unipolar moment as it was and not allowing the West to weaken itself was a really important thing, because the moment you have a power vacuum, you always have a power struggle. Mexico is a very good example of this. If you look at what's been happening, there's been a gigantic drug war in Mexico for the last 20 years because there are different cartels vying for power. And the moment you take out the leader of one cartel or something happens, there's a bloodbath. Because this is what happens when the central authority, the central power, the current system breaks down. You inevitably end up in a much more violent, much more unstable, much more unpredictable place. And all Trump really is doing is reflecting the reality that has been already there for years, except he's reflecting it in American foreign policy. He's saying, well, look, if Russia is going to do what it wants to do and we can't stop them, and if China is going to do what they want to do and we can't stop them, well, we've got to do what we've got to do and no one's going to stop us. And that's the world you've ended up in. And by the way, just on the nuclear point, I think it's important to say, you're 100% right, and this is one of the things I've always said about not supporting Ukraine properly, which we haven't done. We have not supported them enough to be able to actually fully repel the aggression from Russia, is it would inevitably lead to lots of other small countries pursuing nuclear weapons, because it is the only guarantee of security in this world. That is a huge danger for the world in terms of nuclear proliferation, because if the precedent is, like you say, the people with nuclear weapons can do what they want and they can never be attacked, and the people with no nuclear weapons are vulnerable and weak, what would be the most rational thing for you to do if you're a smaller country? That's the big danger.
Because you were talking about a unipolar world and a multipolar world, but I wonder if it's going to be, how many nuclear powers are there? There's like 9 or 10? If the world is actually going to split into these 10 nuclear powers, and these 10 nuclear powers can basically do what they want.
Well, nuclear powers are different. I don't see Pakistan likely to be rampaging through its neighbours, not least because they're all nuclear powers themselves. I think you're talking about Russia, China, and the US primarily. I don't see Britain, re-invading France, although that's something obviously I'm in favour of.
If Pakistan decided to take a neighbouring country, though, nobody can really come to them because economic.
Having one nuke is not the same as having a gigantic nuclear arsenal. I think Pakistan is relatively constrained in its behaviour, but the big superpowers are not so. And by the way, retaking France was a joke. I just want to make that clear.
There's 9 nuclear powers.
Yeah.
United States, Russia, UK, France, China, India, Pakistan, North Korea, and Israel, although I don't think they admit it.
Yeah. Israel's policy on nuclear weapons is very funny. Do you know what their official position is? We don't have nuclear weapons, but if the state of Israel is at risk of being destroyed, we will definitely use them.
So how did we get here? What are the factors at play that brought us to this particular situation? You talked about the crumbling of the Western Alliance and other things. What do we need to know about what happened for us to get to this state where it seems like it's every big power for themselves?
Well, partly we've already talked about it. So it's after 91 in particular, the West loses not only its sense of purpose, but it loses its sense of danger and sense of risk. So we get very comfortable. I don't know if you know this. Europe is 12% of the world's population, 25% of the world's GDP, and 60% of the world's welfare spending. So if you do that, that is a sign that you've got very comfortable. You've got very lazy. You have lost the ability to realize you live in a dangerous world. It's, you know, this is a bit of a sidetrack, but it is an important addendum to this conversation. This is why European countries have pursued economic suicide that we call net zero as vigorously as we have, because we have felt so safe and so comfortable. We've engaged in all this luxury obsessions, to the point where, as you know, Germany destroyed its nuclear facilities, thereby making itself reliant on Russian gas, so that when Russia invaded Ukraine, the Germans opened, the first thing that they said is, oh, we were going to support Ukraine, we're going to give them 5,000 helmets, right? Because they were so dependent on Russian gas, because they refused to produce their own energy. This is exactly the same thing we've done in Britain. Britain has the highest industrial electricity prices in the world, in the developed world, which means we basically destroyed all our manufacturing industry, which is now produced elsewhere. We're getting to the point where we can't make our own virgin steel. Steel is kind of important if you want to have a military, etc., etc., etc. So in Europe in particular, this has happened because we've just felt so safe and so comfortable, and also so rudderless, that we've been able to engage in all these loony ideas because there's been no consequence. Well, the consequences are here.
Where does Britain and Europe sit in the sort of rankings of importance in the world and power?
It's plummeting. I mean, look at the Trump's 12-day war in Iran, destroying Iran's nuclear facilities. No one even asked the British what we thought about it anymore. And that's not because, you know, a lot of people like to say, oh, you know, the Americans, they hate the British. Americans love Britain. As you know, you live in America now. You have a British accent. I'm sure people come up to you all the time and talk to you about their connections with our country, the shared history, all of that stuff. The problem is we have made ourselves irrelevant because everything that Trump is looking at is strength, right? Is Britain strong now in the world? No. Is Europe strong now in the world? No. And so if you're not strong, you will not be taken seriously. And unfortunately, because of what our leaders have done over successive, and it's left, right, every political party that we have that's been in power, they have overseen a decline in our status in the world, in our power in the world, in our influence in the world, to the point now where the Americans are looking at Europe and they're going, why would we be allied with people who are not useful to us? An alliance is kind of like a marriage. Both people have to bring something to the table. What do we bring to the table from an American perspective?
This is a fairly new thing, isn't it? Because I remember growing up, I'd repeatedly hear the Prime Minister of the UK talking about how he'd spoken to his US counterpart and they had made a decision. And then even with the Venezuela situation, I think Keir Starmer came out the next day and said, like, I had no idea this was happening.
Of course. But why would you consult with people who don't matter?
Why don't we matter?
We don't matter because we have nothing to bring to the table. We don't, despite the extremely high level of professionalism, our technological superiority, the courage of our soldiers and our sailors and our airmen, despite the immense military tradition Britain has, we have cut, I mean, our debt interest repayments annually are 1.5 times, heading towards being twice our defense budget. We spend more on paying off the debt, the national debt, every year than we spend on defense.
How did the UK get here?
Well, our debt to GDP is over 100%. We keep borrowing money. We talked about the disproportionate amount of welfare spending and social spending and so on. We got here by forgetting that we live in the real world and engaging in lots of luxury beliefs about what we ought to do. So we have the highest tax burden in peacetime history in this country. And we do that not because we want to have a robust military or to do other things like that. We do it so that we can continue to pay ourselves money we don't have.
One more follower on Twitch for the milestone to be reached. Fairly closely.
America
Close.
also has a high level of debt, but they have a growing economy.
Then on to the next one.
Britain's GDP
I hope this year I can reach 1,000. If that happens, I'll be very happy. It's those things that really can make people happy, not money, because it's some kind of appreciation, and it goes much deeper than just a material validation. When you have people that appreciate what you do and like what you do, for me at least, it's much more important. Genuinely, I have no idea why I have not started this sooner. I wish if there is anyone listening right now and they are like 20 years old or something like that, start streaming right away. Of course, I cannot preach about it, but if you are spending as much time as I am on working these things, and you mean to spend that time in learning this and all that, you know, to do what it takes to grow as a 3D artist, that means you're gonna spend a lot of time at home alone, and it's just much more meaningful if you just, you know, probably share that process of
With the current direction of travel,
doing things.
We're already there. We're irrelevant.
Yeah,
We're
it's
irrelevant. When these, like you said, Venezuela happens, no one cares
It's great.
about us. When
It's
Iran
really great.
gets bombed, no one cares about us. All the future big decisions about geopolitics are going to be made without Britain even being considered.
When I was younger, I was worried what my people think, and
You choose to live in the UK.
now that I'm older, I have people saying, well, you're not young anymore to do this, so it doesn't make any sense. Like, at the time I was young enough, and now I'm like not young enough. It's really stupid, so it goes to say there is no real time, really. It just, and it doesn't matter in the sense that right time for what? What are you trying to achieve?
So that we can have a British nation, so that we can have a British recovery. It's my duty for as long as I can do that. And if at some point, you know, I feel it's completely futile, which I do not.
And I'll just go to say it, I really wish people were more interactive on the streams. I'm not often, but that's because I feel like an idiot talking to myself all the time. You know, so albeit streaming is literally that, you know, being able to talk to yourself for long hours. But I see there are people and they're just mute, you know, or watching silent. That's fine too, but I just don't see the point. Whenever I am watching something, I watch to learn something. Be it anyone, you know, streaming or whatever. So I'm just gonna try and make the effort to get in touch, or
so it's almost inconceivable for a British person of my age to think that the UK could ever not be that.
Yes.
Because it's always been in my life.
Yes, but that is in many ways, I'm not pinning the blame on you obviously, but that is in many ways how we got here, because what we thought collectively was, well look, no matter what we do, we're always going to be Great Britain. We're going to have a great economy, we're going to have a strong military, we're going to have this, we're going to have influence in the world, and then we started doing lots of stupid shit. And that's how we ended up in the place that we've ended up. So this country has every potential to be great. The people are incredible, the level of education, the scientific and technological advances that this country has produced. The cultural, look at the greatest bands in human history. Like half of them are British. Can we...
How to go for strategy.
Mamă, șupeta. sorry guys for the back and forth. It just I have some things going on here, so hide. Oh, that's nice. So actually I can just play the music that I have in the background and my voice, and that's fine. So can I rename this? Yeah, that's actually fine. I shouldn't really touch anything else. So I think this is fine. Finally, more or less good looking. Lots of object here. There are some limitations to it, but I'm time-wise bound that I cannot spend much time on it. All I can do more is spend more like less than 4 hours, so I have to be mindful of that. I really need to figure out these, which is fairly simple. This has been more or less fixed. Oh yeah, this is an issue here. So jumping from piece to piece, but it is what it is. So let's get these, elevate it like that, split. this is a mess here. This is a mess. CAD converting to polygon, it's always a tricky thing, but it also depends on the installation you will get from settings and everything like that. But I did not have an option because these have been provided to me, so I did not have my say in it. Hopefully, well, get to the bottom of them to how they need to look. I have more or less like 4 hours remaining into making these kind of visualizations, but for this object, this machine here that I have, wait a sec, is this equivalent to the back? Not really. It has, oh, okay, so these will just come on top. I do not have to worry about the geometry. These are pretty much straight, so yeah, that's fine. Will be mirrored on the other side. It's gonna be good. So all I need to focus right now is just getting these areas here roughly smoothly, as smooth as I can, make the look will be for the best. Oh, I cannot wait to get back to developing the Porsche, the vehicle. It's been a while now. I miss it, really, truly I miss it. The best way actually to make this is just to delete that. Get, wait a sec, so okay, we are missing bell here, there. Proper surgery here.
listen to this rise in socialism.
Yeah.
The conversation around socialism, obviously Mamdani has been elected mayor. But do you think this is at all linked to the bigger picture, this rise in socialism?
Yeah, in fact, I think, you know, I wrote an article a long time ago called Why I Fear the Future, and I did a video based on it, in which I talked about something. It's interesting, I did a live show here in London just before Christmas, and I did a book signing, and one of the guys came up to me and said, I've got 2 kids, they're both teenagers, daughter and a son, and I'm trying to pull the daughter in from the far left, and I'm trying to pull the son in from the far right. That's going to be the big challenge going forward, because the amount of chaos and instability and cultural upheaval that we've seen has produced a craving for order, and on the social, that's the right side, you know, we must, you know, get this, and on the other side, it's produced a sense of injustice and the pursuit of inequality. That's why you hear people talk so much about the rich, the rich, the rich, the rich, and, you know, eat the rich, you've got to redistribute all of this stuff, because particularly in the big cities, young people rightly feel that they can't really get on the housing ladder, they can't establish a family, life is more difficult, so they reach for these very disproven, discredited and completely unworkable solutions of the kind Mamdani will of course deliver. But it's because their sense is that the future's been taken away from them. And in many ways they're correct. Because, as I said earlier, we have been borrowing from our children and our grandchildren. We've been saddling with crippling debts, our entire economy. That will come to an end. And it's going to be them that is left to foot the bill. And it's going to be very painful. And partly they see that, and already they see that they just can't afford the life that they want. I do think in the United States it's a much more contained phenomenon. I think Mamdani, and if you look at sort of the American socialists, they all tend to cluster around New York and 1 or 2 other big cities. It's not like the entirety of America is going socialist. But I think housing unaffordability is one. Another explanation, which I think is also powerful, is what's called elite overproduction, which is if you have, as Tony Blair did, this idea that 50% of the public should go to university. Well, they do, and then it turns out there's not enough jobs for them, particularly in the age of AI, where they are the jobs that are being eliminated very rapidly. You then get a lot of people whose entitlement is up here and whose prospects are down here. That produces a tremendous amount of social disease.
I think this is a really important connected point on the subject of socialism and the rise of socialism that we all see is this point of AI. And when I listen to very, very smart people who are considered to be the godfathers of AI, CEOs who are building these technology companies, there seems to be a consensus that socialism will only increase because the job losses associated.
Right?
Just a sec, mate.
Now there's two different great powers and a third smaller power.
Now you can hear me.
And India's right.
And now I can hear you.
Trying to make their moves. And all Trump is doing
Just
is
a
saying,
moment to
"Oh,
find my
we are not
podcast
going to
where
play by the fake
it's
rules
coming
that
from.
no one else is
I
playing
have
by."
thousands of windows open here. Hi. What's up, Calvin?
How are you, man?
Great, awesome for you to jump on the stream. Good, man. Working on a project Saturday, casually doing this product design for a client, and thought about to stream a bit to have fun. How are you?
Yeah, nice. Yeah, that's awesome. What are you making?
I am making. This is what I've made previously for this client. It's the same client actually, so I've made some product designs for these equipments, indoor equipments, and now I'm making another type of indoor equipment, which is this one, like a thread for running. Yeah, so actually the models have been pre-made by engineered, but they have been NURBS, CAD models. So now I have to make the tessellation. Yeah, so I have to clean them up now and sort all these things up, and to make some visualization properly, because they cannot do it with cuts, they can, but it's quite limited. So yeah, that's pretty much about it. What about you? How are you going? What's going on?
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Long time no talk, man.
Yeah, I know. It's been a minute, right?
Yeah, literally a minute.
I've been making props lately.
What are you making?
I haven't been making props.
Ah, props.
I've been focusing on my shop.
How's going with that? You mentioned about the shop.
I made 60 bucks so far.
60 bucks. That's amazing. That's amazing because yeah, I mean it's a start, How?
It's been good.
How?
Up to the last,
How did you make that?
7 materials and then.
How did you make that? Like, what the shop is about? And yeah, feel free to share it here. Maybe I can check it out and share it on the stream as well.
Yeah, it'll be better if I put it here.
Feel free to drop it on the chat on either Twitch or YouTube or Discord, whatever works for you.
Yeah, I've been trying to focus on this.
I want to check it out as well.
Definitely tomorrow when if I jump on and finish it, it'll all be done.
Man, I might need your help on that.
I've worked on for like 2 years, will be on the store.
I might need your help with that because that's something what I want to do. I have some models that I want to put for selling, but I don't know how to do that. How all that works,
Yeah.
For example, let me. Meanwhile, I check your stream, your link. Sorry, I will share with you this that I've made. Just a moment. So, where is shop? Here. So, I set this on the coffee shop, but yeah, it's not driving anything really. Come on with these verifications whether I'm human. Of course I'm human. What the fuck? How this works now? Screw that. Did you?
It's gonna be crazy. The next capture, it's not gonna be a human. It's gonna be are you AI? And it's gonna be a more convoluted question.
Yeah, they're idiots. Let me check what we have here.
That you are not an AI.
Flippednormals.com. Is this a website where you can do this, or it's your own website?
Yeah. So you can sell stuff on here.
Aha, I see.
And then in the future, I'm going to add scripts or shortcuts, maybe tutorials. I don't know in the future. So.
Oh, awesome! So actually, you have like many of them materials made.
Yeah, I got 7 more coming.
This is all in Substance Painter, Substance Designer, I assume.
No, it's Substance Sampler.
Sampler, that's something else.
Yeah, but it's gone through a crazy process in order to get it to that
Let me check about cars here. What's there? Military Land Rover, 3D scan vehicle. Okay, that's 3D scanned.
But yeah, like once I finish this, I'm also gonna add all of that to my ArtStation store as well. But yeah, the next part is like the marketing material stuff.
What do you think on my Ford 34 Legend sedan? What do you think about the price? Because you have more experience obviously in this and the market, how it goes. Should I put it lower and so on?
This one?
Yeah, the one that I've shared of the coffee shop.
Oh, is that
That's 3D printable. So I don't know. I looked up on the internet on how other people are pricing it, and I've seen the least was $200. So I said like, okay, I'm gonna go much lower, but still I think it's like maybe high because I'm seeing now other vehicles on these other sites.
Yeah, sometimes they can be a bit crazy.
I guess I should lower it, right?
The way that I look at it, man, because I was kind of like, I don't really have a team, so my team is ChatGPT. So
Yeah, same way here.
I just literally tell Chat about how I feel about certain quality, and like I said, well, I'm not really entirely happy with this quality. I don't know if I need to review it or if it will just be. I would just not include it at all, part of my review process. Because I will review it in Toolbag, look at the quality, if it works, if it's nice, I do a little bit of R&D, testing, and then I said, okay, yeah, that works, definitely sellable. But then there's some instances where I have a material it's good, but there's an error. And it's like, okay, so do you spend hours fixing the error to make the price a good price? Or do you just lower the price? You know, it's like, okay, there's an error, but maybe instead of $7, make it $5. And then it kind of weighs out. You're like, oh, okay, it's not that great, but I could fix it myself if I buy it. And so, like, I think, you know, some people who want to buy your stuff, they'll say like, you know, this is not really a great model, but I definitely could use those tires.
Yes, that's interesting.
And that's not bad. $5. You know what I mean? Like, and they go, okay, yeah, actually, that's pretty good.
That's interesting because I get to see many models that are bought and they are not really well. You know, you buy a model and they're not well made.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, that can always be the case in some instances, but yeah.
Did you market that sphere on Flip Normals?
Like, you know, like maybe, for example, maybe the body of the car is not that great, but the engine is really good. So if the engine looks really, really nice, maybe 120 is good because maybe you're selling the engine, you're not actually selling the tires.
Yeah.
And some people who say, hey, for 120, that engine's really, really good. It's UV'd, it's ready to texture. I think maybe I'll just steal the engine and then put it in my own car. And so for $120, you save yourself maybe 4 weeks of work, or maybe 2 months of work. It's not bad.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty good. You can save yourself time, and it's better.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm thinking into it, you know, like those things. I am trying to see how I can scale things. Literally while working right now on this project and listening to the podcast I have in the background, I've been wondering on how on earth can I make, you know, to save my time and make this, you know, like passive income, obviously through shops and all that, but yeah.
I think it's pretty cool.
It takes time. It takes time. The only thing is, I guess, it takes time that you have to go and dive yourself into it and spend a lot of time to make these models. So
yeah, for sure. Oh. Anyways. Hello, how are you? Staying cool? Very hot today.
very hot today, huh? Where I am from, it's pretty much cold.
Okay, alright, cheers, thanks man. Yeah, that's it. Okay, cheers, thanks man.
That's awesome.
Yeah, 'cause, we had a heat wave today, actually. It was 44 degrees.
Oh my god, here it's like -5.
And I'm pretty sure you can cook an egg in the pavement.
Yeah, here it's -5.
Yeah. But yeah, it's been really good. You know, just being able to sort of focus on the store. And then soon we will only be shipping out one material at a time whenever I feel like it, which is great. Because I can take a break from the material.
What do you think about 3D printable files? In 3D printable in the sense like to place the whole 3D model that someone can buy, you know, not only to sell like the results of the file, but actually to sell the file.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe if they really like to have the, you know, the D&D, you know, the board game, that's kind of a good way. You know, you sell the whole package, like people can make they can make the figurine however big they want to make it. Those instances might be nice.
I still haven't finished on my car though, so I have this project going on. No, I haven't yet because I had a lot of work to do on these projects, and then you know, working for long hours on these projects. Whenever I finished working them in the day, I was like, I want to do something else now. I don't want to still, you know, going at the model, you know, modeling. So I would do something else, just anything. So for 2 months I was pretty much inactive on, be it on the stream or really for the vehicle itself. I haven't made anything really. And I am at the point of making the engine. Maybe making that car, I should then single out all the objects in it, like the racing seats that I have, the calipers, the wheels, this and that, blah blah blah, you name it, and then to put them separately, you know, to sell them separately, so people can actually you know, make this kind of distinguish everything. Like if someone only wants the wheels, you get the wheels. If someone wants this and that, you know, get only that. So
that's true.
I think that would make sense.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, it was kind of a little bit different for me at the beginning. Different for me in the beginning because I don't know how to explain it, but like I'm a little bit obsessive over things. So I'm like really hyper focused on the one thing, and I will go crazy if I don't finish it. So I keep just doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. And then there was a point where my materials, I was posting it, and then people were saying, "Hey Calvin, when are you gonna make a shop?" You know, like I don't know.
I don't
I
know.
got too many of them.
I don't know. I mean, your work is
And then
far
so
from
I just
shit, man.
listed it.
I'm saying your work is far from shit. I think you should appreciate it a bit more because it's really lovely.
Yeah,
It's really nice.
I ended up studying. Yeah, I ended up studying the pipeline to make it not look that way. But I was really really obsessed with scan materials and data like that. So, yeah, I think it's pretty fair. I mean, there's this other guy. I think you might have seen him. His name is Angel Fernandez.
Not sure I came across
I
him.
looked at his stuff, and his stuff is in substance designer. So he's selling these materials for $40. And he's also got a pack as well. But it's all. I understand, like, if it's scan data, if it's photo data, or whatever, it's gonna be looking good. But you know, if you make something in Designer, it's not really like, it's not really real. So the focus that I'm doing is I'm going to the real location. So these materials you're buying, it's from a real location. And it's kind of also special because I use them in my, you know, when I'm traveling with my family and I see something cool. And I will go back to that place several times because I want to keep taking pictures of that place. And then sometimes if I'm traveling overseas, I have to make the most of it because it's a very expensive trip to go back. You know, so to compare that one to substance design is totally different. You know, some of the stuff still looks very fake. But you know, I looked at his shop and I was like, hey, that's pretty cool that he's got that. And you know what? I also just realized as well that holy shit, I have no materials on this guy. So that just sort of goes to show you. I mean, I'm not also trying to give myself a crazy comparison or competition when I say this, but that just goes to show you how quick it is, you know, as opposed to making everything from scratch. You know, and also when you're doing the scan data, it's kind of fun because you get to travel, go out with your family, and say, hey, that's a really cool surface. I want to scan that, and then go home, make the material, put it on the shop.
Yeah.
And I don't think if it wasn't for my wife being so obsessive with travel and whatever, I would have made that $60. I think. So yeah, I gotta say thank you there.
Yeah, that. I'm thinking about really so to find this, but I don't know from where to start. There's too much. There's too much, which is why I'm curious to I mean, just to hear probably how you began with the shop. To go back to the shop, to the topic of the shop. I have lots of models that I've worked on for clients and things like that, but and like 90% of them I can share them. It's not that they're under NDA or anything. I have some which are and cannot be shared, but like the most of them, like I said, I can, and they're just sitting in my kind of library, you know, waiting to be touched on, or I don't know. But it's just too much, and I don't know from where to start. Right now, probably I should just get going with, like I said, with what I've started making, the cars. But you know, listening to you that you made like $60 from a shop, online shop. Did you make any like promotions for people to get it? How did you you know, made any commercial?
I did a soft launch. Yeah, I did a soft launch on my LinkedIn, and that was like trending a little bit. Lots of people were liking it, but I didn't really like do mass marketing for it because it's, you know, I still have these 7 materials left.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be good because, you know, once I'm done with this, I'm gonna have all the renders, and I'm gonna be able to like show that in a reel or Instagram feed or some shit. So, you know, it's gonna be very useful to just like take a step back from my shop and just put all of the renders on my phone and then just make some shit on my phone. Because some people that go, oh, we need to use Premiere Pro. We need to make the act. You know, like, come on, man. Like, you know, I mean, I think if you have a team of 30 people and you're running this shop, you can fucking kill it. Like, you have a production team. One guy's on marketing, the other guy's on renders, the other guy's doing this, and then you got the guy that's doing the scan data, and then you got the guy that's doing the inventory and the SKU for the store and in charge of the promotion, stuff like that. But I'm just only me. And I think that with all of these AI tools, and I don't know if you've seen the TikTok editor, the video editor.
What?
So cool. Like, you just put the TikTok,
TikTok editor. Yeah.
Yeah, you just put a few pictures in there. You know, select the template, and then boom. You can have like a really, really super cool
Yeah.
thing.
I've done that with the racing seats I've made.
Yeah. And then all you need to do is go to your, to your video, save it.
Yeah.
Swipe out of TikTok, post the video on Instagram instead, and then boom, you don't need to edit a video. It's already at the aspect ratio it needs to be, and so, well, that's kind of like the plan, to make a shitload of templates, copy paste all the hashtags, and
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna like sort of, maybe I'll make a video introducing that. I don't know.
Kelvin, do you use Gumroad? No.
I mean, I was thinking about going on, but it's so much, you know, maintaining the stores. I think maybe soon I'll have to try it, but I want to, like, you know, once I'm done with the Flip Normal, I'm gonna make my store on the ArtStation as well, and then I'll have 2 shops because yeah, I'm paying for my subscription for the Pro.
On Flip Normals?
No, on ArtStation.
Ah.
Flip Normals is free.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to pay for
our
so
station, yeah.
I'm paying for the arts. Yeah. So might as well make the store there if I'm paying, because I will get, I think it's 98% of the revenue.
What do you mean?
So that's really good. Like when you have the paid ArtStation.
Okay.
90.
Okay. Yeah, get it.
Yeah, but if you do the ArtStation for free, you can still sell stuff, but you can't get that much. I think it's cut down to like 80. So it's pretty bad.
Understood.
But yeah. So might as well use it.
For this year, definitely, man. I'll be focusing on that, like having a shop of a kind, just to get things going, nothing major, and yeah, just focusing on portfolio. Last year, I remember starting on 1st of January, I came across a reel on Instagram, which was actually from a guy that spent whole year focusing only on making reels, and he made it into big corporations, big contracts. He became like very successful in that, and on 1st of January, after 1 year, he made a post in which he said like, this is what I've been doing for a year, you know, like I focused only on this for 1 year, and now this is like the fruit of it. So reading that, seeing that, then it's at that moment I decided I'm gonna stream, so to have something, you know. And then okay, this last year was kind of okay, almost 100 people came on Twitch, my YouTube got going and so on. So I guess for this year maybe I should just add another one and try to focus on making maybe the shop, which is more meaningful, speaking about anything. Because it's not only my point being is that it's not only, you know, to get online and do stuff online, but also to do it for some purpose, which is, you know, to set up a shop. So it can be like, nice thing. And maybe we can, you know, collaborate on that.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah. it'll be nice. It'll be nice to sort of, focus on the next. I think what's interesting. So I got the whole store. I think once I start making materials again, I'm not making any more materials. I'm gonna just focus on the store, focus on the marketing. When I do it, I think what I want to do is I have two options. Either I make a blood and gore pack, which is like I go to the butcher and then I scan all of the meat and the blood and all that really disgusting stuff, and I make a material of that.
Is this you?
I will just. Yeah.
Man, this is amazing. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah,
I think a friend of mine, Luca, if he's on the stream, I just chatted with him. He's into characters. He would love this.
Yeah, I kind of abandoned Meta Calvin for a while.
Meta Calvin. That's amazing, man. How did you make this? Did you make a scan of yourself and then worked everything else?
Yeah. I made a scan.
How scans are made? How you go about with the camera? You have a specific camera? Is there a software?
No, I actually got a scan from my head.
Yeah, Luca is here, by the way. He just wrote on YouTube. He says it looks epic. By the way, let me show you Luca's work, just briefly. If I manage to find him here, artists actually. If it comes up. Yeah, there he is. Are you watching the stream here, Kelvin?
Yeah.
So yeah, these are his works.
Holy shit, this guy's
Yeah. I don't know why.
No, I like that witch. That witch is good.
I'm gonna go across every. Yeah, look this horse, man. It's amazing. The details. It's game ready. I mean, game wise quality. Look at this.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah. So he does this. He loves characters. He just recently got a job through Upwork as well. A project. I don't know. Why I haven't liked anything? Oh my god. Luca, don't mind me, man. Which one, Calvin, did you say you liked it?
The witch.
The Witch. I think, yeah, that was the one actually. Where? Actually, here. This one. Yeah. Look at this.
Yeah, I like that.
Luca,
Yeah, I'm very,
hands down, very nice
very
work,
excited.
man.
Let's see. Yeah, I love that. So cool.
Yeah, it looks great.
I have a feedback for Luca if you're listening.
Yeah, I think he's listening.
Can you put the...
Yeah.
Yeah, can you put the thing back on your...
I'll put it here actually.
Nice. Yeah, yeah, look at the quality of it's great. Like, there isn't really much to say. Hang on, can you put the link? I'm gonna go and look it up.
Yeah, here's the link. I'm gonna put it on the. Where should I share it? Where's most convenient? I'm gonna put it on Twitch. On Twitch, just a moment. Just a second. I have like hundreds of tabs here, and I'm getting lost easily. Yeah.
Nice. Rapid fire. So, the first image, love it. Good. If I sound a little bit unenthusiastic, but it's just me being tired of my industry and wanting to collapse every day. So don't think I'm being blunt. I'm like, oh, you're just saying it's okay. No, it is fabulous work. I think as well what I would really like to see more for if you were going to make another witch is probably a little bit more evil. Like, this witch looks like I probably want to date her or something. You know, because she kind of looks like sort of still pretty. There might be some story behind it, I'm not sure. But the quality is great, but I'm just saying I like the scary factor Or maybe she's about to turn into a more evil witch. I'm not sure. So that's pretty cool. I love that. Love the close-up shots. I love this shot of the hand, the close-up shot. Like these shots with the green light, super sick. You got the breakdown, and if I was gonna say you should add another additional one, like one with like flesh coming off the face, then like you can see her, the inside of her skeleton. Oof, you know, then she would not become pretty. She would not become attractive, you know. So I think because I watch a lot of horror movies and a lot of old school like Dracula and stuff like that. And normally when there's like a pretty face or a handsome face, they always manage to figure a way how to make it not that.
I love this. Look at this.
And not that attractive. So that's something to keep an eye on for your witch or your other witchy projects. But yeah, overall, it's a really good witch. And perhaps maybe, if you were gonna take the feedback, you could extend on this. So like maybe use the same witch, but have her slowly decay. And then like the next project would be like a part 2, maybe. So then you wouldn't need to give yourself more work. You just extend from that based on the feedback. But good job, man, on the witch.
I gotta get myself back on the work itself. Continue, Calvin, please.
Love the work that you got on this witch. Specifically for me, I really like ghouls and gremlins and stuff like that. So, you know, I mean, the other work is really good as well, but it doesn't really appeal to me. That's what I like. Other than I think it's like some sort of, what's this? The ruined sword. It's like this little guy with the beard. Like same principle as well, I would say. I'm really into like the really weird like guys or trolls that are in the cave or something. The creepy guys. But yeah, great job.
I admire really people who do those characters.
You're a witch and you're a witch and the horse. Yeah, really good. Yeah, you're a student, right?
He's actually more. Yeah, we know each other. We know each other. We actually met each other last time on.
That's why I kind of feel like I have a lot to say because I'm kind of a judge in the rookies actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Wait a sec. Did I hear it well? You were asked to be judge on rookies. Or did I got that wrongly? Sort of.
No, I'm gonna apply, but I was asked a few last 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, so I'm gonna like be a little bit active about it, I think. But good job, Luca. I'm not gonna put pressure on you, but I want to see a part 2 of the witch. You know, do it whenever you like, but that first witch deserves a part 2, in my opinion. Yeah. I'd like to see this. I'd like to see her get more and more dead, and then her face changes and whatever.
Calvin, what do you think about the rookies? Should one spend more time, investing in posting there and things like that? Is it like our station likewise a website or?
No, it's a competition.
Competition.
Luke will be able to tell you more about it if he's talking to you. He has his own experience. He'll tell you about it for sure. But essentially, you need to basically showcase your portfolio or your best pieces, and then really make it nice and tidy. There's a lot of pressure. I have to do this by March. I have to do this, otherwise it's gonna be closed. So there's a lot of presentation that you need to work on.
Yeah. I never assumed how much the presentation was important, but oh my.
Well, it's a yes and no. I mean, I would say for we'll use Luca's glitch for example. It's a character, okay? We have a turntable, close-up shot, a few close-up shots. I would probably say not some of the shots Luca are not the best, like in terms of like what I would see in the rookie. Some really super crazy guys that I see have all super consistent shots. Like there's only one shot for a purpose. The super close-up shot of the hand is kind of like what you probably don't want. So for example, that's kind of like what they like to see. They like to see a complete breakdown, not just the wireframe, not just the other shots. Going back to the witch, when you look at the other hand that you got Luca, that's a perfect shot as opposed to the first hand. So I would say I would want to see that hand first. So that's kind of like what they do is they say, okay, which is your best shots that you want to put, and then so in the rookies when you hit submit, you better make sure it's like super super tidy and super nice and clean when you scroll down, because once you hit submit there's no going back, and so
it's like that? You cannot change it?
Yeah. No, you can't change it. As soon as you hit submit, that's it. It's done. That's it. You can't change it. So,
They have an interesting way of doing things. It's giving kind of a weight to what you do, to your choices, like in unreversible, in game, like where you cannot reverse your actions. It's kind of interesting approach.
Yeah, well, it teaches you a lot of discipline, and I did the rookies like 3 times, so I learned a lot, and so.
What by definition the rookies means actually? Is that like kind of competition or?
No, you're a rookie. You don't have a job. You're just a beginning guy. In 3D. Yeah, so it's it's like the army, right? Rookie, experienced, veteran. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Yeah. So it's basically like how to start from the beginning. But yeah, like yeah, they kind of look at that. They kind of look at all of these different types of angles and how you would present it. I completed the rookies 2 times now.
Yeah, you're reading it well.
Second time I got finalist for People's Choice. Yeah, well, that's really good. I mean, and that's kind of like what you want, Luca. You want like people to be able to, see that you're coming back. Oh, Luca's hungry. He's back for more. Okay, let's see what he's got. And so they'll go back to your other entry, and they see, has he improved on his presentation? Because you can make really great work, but you can have absolutely horrible presentation. Sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't really matter, but I find that all of the presentation that I've done, even with my horrible work, I always know how to sort of like go back to that. And so that's what they see in you, Luca. When you got that, the People's Choice, and you got into the finalists, they say, oh, his work was pretty shit before, but holy fuck, he came a long way. It's not just a detail, but he was thinking about it. He didn't go to sleep, and then he was thinking about it, and they like to see that. So, when you enter the first time, I got an idea, I'm gonna do this. And so you do it, you do this witch, or you do this wizard, or whatever the fuck. And then they're like, not only he came a long way, but his presentations come a long way too. And it only took him 1 year. And then now, now you got a job, right? It's not because, I'm saying that, it's because you were the one who figured it out. So you saying thank you to me is great and all, but you shouldn't be thanking me. You should be thanking yourself, man. And
yeah, absolutely.
Go treat yourself. If you feel like you're, fuck this, I'm tired, good. Go to sleep. You deserve it. Got the job. go ahead and get some beer or something. Treat yourself to
Speaking
a
of beers, the last time I ever got drunk, Kelvin, was with him. So, and since that day I said no more drinking. So since then I haven't drank any drop of alcohol.
No.
So, yeah, we were sitting. I just met that day. We were actually coming back of M3 conference here, 3D conference for game dev in Skopje, in our capital. And after that, there were a lot of people, and there were like Unity seniors, Mike Rake, and some others from Microsoft previously that worked. So they were like, let's go for another beer and another beer and another beer. And before I knew it, I was wasted. And since then I said no more beers, no more alcohol for me. So 17th of October was the last time I ever drank any alcohol. It's now 3 months and something. I have actually vowed myself not to touch it again. Anyway, so yeah, speaking of beers, Orpheus is back on the channel after a while. Just want to say a big hello to him and happy late New Year. It's never late. Yeah, came across you several times on the Twitch, in the Twitch community. It was at Nimlots, at DG's. Yeah, said hi, but I guess you were already gone. Calvin, he's the guy that told me that you should not really post things much on SketchUp because there is a way of your work being stolen. I was not aware of that. And surely enough, he just went and said, okay, is this your model? So I dropped everything from there. I took down everything I meant to say.
I think what's really interesting, if you come to think about it, I think the more that you work on your stuff, the easier it is for you to make a decision whether you want it to make it free or stolen. You know, sometimes you'll get bored, and then you'll just be like, you know what? I'm just gonna post this on ArtStation, so it's free publicity.
That's an interesting way for you to, I mean, the way you see things. I've never thought about like that. For example, I don't see myself as anything, you know, that I'm not saying that you are, but I never thought that people would actually care about that, you know. It's just that I posted.
I think when you get to a certain point.
Yeah.
When you get to a certain point in your 3D and you're just like, you know what, fuck it, let's just see what happens.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say I'm there, just there yet.
No, me neither.
There's still a lot to go.
I would delete that for sure. Like, I would just be like, I don't really care anymore.
Heck, I haven't even finished yet my vehicle, you know, that so it's still a long way to go.
Yeah.
I have a lot more things to do.
I've been really, really busy, and I thought that you would finish it by now.
Yeah, but yeah,
See
but
what happens.
I was truly busy as well on projects. Worked on all these mechanics here for like the past 2 months, back and forth. I've been developing a house for a guy from Boston that wants his house to be renovated. So I've been working on that photogrammetry-wise project where there was no blueprint of the house whatsoever. So I had to make the house from ground, you know, with everything, with details, with dimensions for this and that. Then actually I'm still working on that, where I have to calculate the surface areas, how much, you know, things would cost, and technical things like that that I've never done before. So it was very much a steep learning curve on that. Took me some time, and then to be honest with myself and with anyone who is watching this, is that I just wanted to, like you said, Kelvin, yourself, I wanted to treat it myself as well. So I give, you know, I said like, fuck it, I've been working tirelessly whole the year. I just want to have some fun in the last month of the year, and pretty much the majority of December. Whenever I wasn't working, every time I was just gaming. So yeah, I was just gaming, and the time, like, and not much. I just had like 2 hours maybe left in the day. But if I had 2 hours, I wouldn't have been going back and working on the car. It's what I'm trying to say. But I would have been going back and having fun with friends, doing some games, things like that, you know, or you know, sports. Anyway, so that's why it you know, I had like some pause or a setback on the vehicle. But surely enough, I'm gonna go back very soon on that, because I have every intention of making it very fast, very soon, not fast, but you know, with quality and everything, because there is another car waiting, which is the McLaren, and I want to make that as well. I have every intention of making that, so especially for the talk we had earlier, you know, for the shop and everything. I think that would be great. It can give me like kind of a startup on, or at least from where to start, you know, from where to move on, because if I have like several vehicles, I can start doing something about that, because right now I don't think I'm in the position to do that yet. I just wouldn't feel nice, kind of, maybe just rather silly, you know. That's the point. So yeah.
I think what's interesting about that too is just like the fact that, you know, you also need to kind of find a way how to be interested and keep doing it. Like me, for example, like first first, like, I guess the rule is like how are you gonna enjoy it without, you know, going crazy?
Yeah.
And so you build the pipeline, you make it easy, you make everything like sort of automatic and automated, and then you find a way how are you going to enjoy it. Fortunately for materials, for me, I love to travel, so it's really easy for me to just like sort of go ahead and go outside, start scanning something, and then I'll come back to it, and then.
Man, you gotta tell me how you scan models, how you scan things, because I do love traveling as well. Frankly, I just almost make the booking for Madrid in 2 months to go, or 3 months. So surely there will be some kind of elements which are very close to your culture as well.
Yeah, for sure.
From what I've seen, at least on the environment that you've made. So I would like to know how can I approach. I wanted to say, how can I approach some things and scan them or get them, you know, other than just picture them, you know?
Yeah. I mean, there's many ways how you can articulate the scan data process. What I've learned actually was that you want to have overcast sky, because the overcast is
okay.
Like, it's really, really good for not harsh lights or anything like that. And then also you want to have a bit of a clear objective about what you're trying to scan, and so ideally you kind of need to figure out like what would be the use case for this material, or what would be the use case for this 3D asset. Like, you need to sort of just like without giving too much away, because you gotta also think about it yourself. Like, how am I like, I could tell you, but you probably still will not learn it until you try it. So you kind of need to just go out there and then like look at the world, and you need to be like, okay, so I am the player spawn in my Unreal Engine editor, me right now, and what I'm looking at right now around me is a game.
Yeah.
How is this asset going to make sense with everything else that's here? So, for example, I'll show you something. If you go to my portfolio,
okay.
There's a good example of this. When I went to, where can I find them? Props. Yeah, props.
Oh my God! I just have to. Sorry to interrupting you, Calvin. But Luca just made an interesting remark about the night that the last time I ever got drunk. He says, "You were not alone, all were." Okay. I didn't caught that. Just that. That's only why I had to read it again. Actually, now. Sorry. So.
No, good. Yeah. So if you take a look at my link that I put in the chat.
On Twitch.
Basically. Yeah.
Okay, just a moment to locate where my Twitch was now. Again. Okay, there it is.
Cool.
Yeah, there is on the second monitor.
Alright, cool. So Yeah, so if you just take a look at the props, right, and then, you know, sort of thinking about like how you want something to be in place, okay? So like I went to China, and there's obviously a lot of cool stuff there, but you kind of want to also look like, what am I going to use some of these props for?
Yeah.
And maybe if I spent 6 months in China, I probably have like a shitload of assets, but this was like a course of only
Like-
2 weeks of finding things. You know, so I want to try to find something that's useful, like, you know, do these props need to be modular? Do these need to be like show a little bit more authenticity? You know, how pretty do the props need to be? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
What am I going to use these props for? You know what my intention was for this when I made these scans?
Yep.
Specifically the statue ones anyway, the big, you know, the statues and the little round pillar things. I said to myself, I'm gonna make a scene in Unreal where I'm gonna make it look like a museum, and I'm gonna put it in a glass box, and then put a little statement there, and have like the rope and everything, and then I'm gonna do like an environment on that. And then so I just sort of stuck with that, and then I really looked at old things, you know, if I can find them in the city, that looked like it came out of a museum.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting.
And then that's your plan. That's your plan. And when you come home, you render it, and then that the idea sort of sticks in your head, and that's sort of like the process of how you do the scan stuff. So, you know, figure the pipeline out, figure the how you.
What?
You know.
What would you use for picturing, for scanning?
For scanning, I use a LiDAR.
LiDAR. Is that like a tool that has to be bought, obviously, or is it a software? I've never done it.
Actually, mine. No, yeah. Actually, mine's done on my iPhone.
So you say I can do it with an iPhone?
Yeah. You can do it on your iPhone. There's software you can buy and whatever. So yeah. And then for the material side and the surface stuff, I use my DSLR and my Fuji camera.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then I capture all of the details, and then I project the details onto that.
Here.
And then,
Is all I can say. Because I mean, a lot of people are saying like, why would you need a camera? You have a phone and this and that. Yeah, phone will never be a substitute for a camera, a proper camera. So completely understandable.
But surprisingly, you know, the iPhone does a really good job at scanning.
Yeah, of course it does, but.
Yeah. And yeah, and then all you need to do is just like figure out how you're going to project the detail onto the mesh, and then you got to transfer the UVs, and then you got to make a game ready and stuff like that. So
yeah, okay, well.
These are all game ready, high topology game ready. So
yeah,
you know, and you also gotta like fix up the messy triangulation. It's more of a nightmare than what you're doing right now. This is actually quite relaxing compared to fixing the messy scan data. This is what you're doing right now is actually more easier than worrying about the other, you know, the scan data mesh.
To me, it's the other way around, because, for example, in this way, in this case, I have to be very precise about what I'm doing. But when I have something artistically, like the 3D scanned engine of the Porsche I'm doing, I can get around some objects, not you know, thinking twice about whether the geometry will be exactly right how it is on the scan or not, because after all, it's just an artistic approach. But this being a product design, I have to be very careful of the shape, you know, so I have to really clean it up. But in the sense that this is very clear, you know, you see what exactly it is, and you just reconfigure the wiring. But in the 3D scans, I can understand that sometimes you don't see what you have to do, you know, like the scan, it's not very well, so some portions are hidden.
Oh yeah, that's why sometimes like.
It depends really.
When I'm doing Yeah, that's why sometimes when I've been doing the scans, I was like thinking about like, okay, Calvin, take a step back. Because if you get too excited, you're gonna give yourself too much work.
Yeah.
Just pay attention to the weather. Okay, so first thing in the morning, when I need to wake up to do a scan. Okay, what's the weather? And then I'll ask my family or my wife, hey, hon, what's the weather? Do you know? It's gonna be sunny. Oh, fuck. Oh well, I guess I gotta go enjoy myself today. So, but I will bring my equipment just in case if the weather changes, of course. But you know, if it's really overcast and it's kind of gloomy outside, little bit rainy, it's perfect.
I like.
That's a good time to do.
I like how you said that when you mentioned, hey Calvin, be mindful, don't get yourself too much in trouble. You know, going into too many details. Because that has been continuously going in my head all the time while I was making on the engine. Because you know there might have been some details. You know, I'm like, okay, I want to make that, but then do I really have to make that? You know, it's like too much. It's not gonna be ever visible. It's on the back of the car. Pretty much I'm making the engine, Calvin, I'll tell you, just to try and impress someone, not someone, but you know. When you're submitting for a work, that's all. It's the engine is not needed at all because it's not gonna be seen at all. But yeah, I decided that it's gonna be visible because I'm gonna making renderings of it. But otherwise, why? You know?
Yeah. Orpheus mentioned something.
Yeah, I just wanted to read it to Orpheus again. Also to come back on what he said earlier. About.
Yeah, you're kind of right, dude. Kind of right about the ZBrush. I've gone through the pipeline, so I'll tell you for sure. Like, it's halfway there, and it's not that you need to manually sculpt some stuff. It's the fact that what I was mentioning earlier. Like, don't get too excited. Think about the weather. Think about how you're gonna scan, and think about how much time you have to scan. In instance, like if you're gonna go travel with your family and you're gonna do this, and you get 2 birds, 1 stone, and then try to do it all in the one day. Think about how much time, if your family, you know, wants you to go together, and you're saying, no, fuck it, I don't want to go with you because I'm not gonna have time to scan it. You wake up early, okay? You wake up early. Don't give yourself more work, because what you said just then. You know, it does shave hours, that's no joke, but it's actually not that much. It doesn't really do much, so you need to have a good clean scan in order for that to work. That's what I learned. Otherwise, you might as well just manually sculpt it in ZBrush, actually. So, that's kind of half true. The more clean the mesh is, the more clean the triangles are, the more ZBrush has to work with, the more clean overall it is with no lumpy parts. ZBrush does less calculation, and the Z-remesher will fail less. Actually, Z-remesher will have a lot of issues with scan data and dense geometry because it's very dense, actually, especially you spend a lot of time. So, you know, it does shave hours off, but it doesn't shave that much.
I gotta say, guys, I really enjoyed this conversation.
Yeah, same. Yeah. You still have to deal with ZBrush and the retopo, and then trying to make it clean. But then you still gotta figure out how you're gonna preserve that detail and how you're gonna transfer those UVs onto the optimized mesh. Whether you do that automatically or you do it by hand, or you want to be super OG and you're like, no, I wanna do it like it's gonna be coming from my hand. All right, sure, spend more time on it. But if you don't think the process through at the very beginning when you're scanning it, you're actually gonna give yourself a shitload of work. And you mentioned that quad remesher is same algorithm as, yeah, it is. But you know, the mesh still needs to be clean in order for these cool tools to work, you know. So, yeah. Similar to Zero. Yeah, I actually, I did try Zero. I don't actually use Zero for my pipeline. Actually.
Zero.
Yeah.
Is that some?
It's a node based. Yeah, it's free. Yeah, what's it called ZRAP or UV RDS or some shit. I don't know. It's like a UV transfer tool, and I tried that. Orpheus. It's slow. The pipeline is very slow. I mean, I think it's really good if you got a team of 5 people. You know, like if you're in a studio environment, you know. Hey Orpheus, I'm gonna get your model and I'm gonna chuck it through here. All right, cool. I'm gonna go to lunch. Come back from lunch, it's fucking done. Because you know that's not your expertise. That's the other guys, that technical crazy guy who does a lot of overtime. And so, yeah, figuring out the pipeline is pretty important, I think. But yeah, I would say that that's probably the way to do it. Is just like at the beginning, think about how you're gonna go outside. How are you know, be mindful of the surroundings, of course, and you know, if something looks complicated, it's probably complicated. So don't be like, oh yeah, it's a scan. I can do this really easy because it's a scan. Yeah, sure. Good luck trying to put that into ZBrush. Yeah, my pipeline's pretty crazy.
Speaking of pipelines, just yesterday I made a short on my YouTube channel. I was watching someone's stream, and they were arguing about whether Blender or Maya, you know, that topic. And I'm like, why on earth would you argue about that?
Why is it?
Because
why is it still relevant?
yeah, why it's still like you should. One artist should really know not everything, but should try and work out their workflows, whatever it is, being a company or here and there. But you know, for example, some of the files that I get from this client, the CAD files, they're not really applicable into Blender, or vice versa in Maya and so on. So I go in between both and try to use both, or some other software, even not necessarily Blender, but maybe 3ds Max or something like that, just to get around and make what I need to make. It's what I'm trying to say. My point is, you know, use both. You know, like why just stick to one? Like, oh, this is better than the other. It doesn't make sense. And
yeah, I mean, for me, there's a use.
I mean, it's all it's almost like cliche. It's almost like cliche talk, you know, that I bring it up right now. But it's really, I thought that people are past that, you know.
I think there was this phase, you know, it definitely happened during the lockdown pandemic, when the world shut down. Like, all these developers just got really, really bored, right? And then, because they had nowhere to go because the lockdown, they just got super crazy about making all of these scripts and tools and shit. And then like, oh, it's gonna cost too expensive, or it's too much time to do this, blah blah blah, if I take it to Autodesk. Let's focus on Blender because it's free. And then so like everyone during the pandemic was like so excited. And now it's kind of like no one really wants to talk about it anymore. If you notice this, you know. But then when someone brings up the topic, you know, it's absolutely hilarious because yeah, there's definitely use case. I mean, I'm not gonna say that I'm not a fan of Blender, actually. I don't like it. I don't like the idea of it being backwards. I don't like it, the idea of just being like a completely different software. You know, and if the YouTube people are listening, well, whatever. I don't care. This is industry talk I'm giving you. It's slow. It's not sufficient. And unless you have a solid pipeline that you can convince a studio or a client, then hell yeah, you're gonna get more money. But 9 times out of 10, like trying to be a Swiss Army knife, it's like saying
Swiss Army knife.
I'm gonna go get lost in the forest, right? And then if if a bear attacks me, I'll just use my Swiss Army knife. And you got like multiple weapons, but your weapon is so small. You know what a dude gonna go in the forest is gonna be fucking prepared. It's gonna bring a machete. It's gonna bring some like mace.
That's interesting perspective you have on that.
He's got his combat boots. He probably has a taser on him or whatever. Like you don't know what's in the jungle waiting for you. So why would you torture yourself? That's ridiculous, you know. But yeah, I mean, if people are gonna be like paying you more because of what you want to call pain and suffering, then that's good. But don't expect me to make some cool stuff and say, hey, we need this asset to be, to be super ready, and then you're gonna like put me in the deep end like that. Nah. And you know what's good about Autodesk too? Like if you have a CAD file, for example, and it came from AutoCAD, and then you get the doc files for that, and then you get the what's it called, Maya plugin in the bonus tools or whatever to open up the doc file. It opens it up clean in Maya, and all you need to do is just recompile it, exactly like what we're seeing right now. If this shit was done in Blender, I guarantee it. This would be not only a very slow process, but it would be a very, very complicated model to delete all of the shit in order for it to work. And you want things to work, to be honest. You don't want to be spending too much time. You want to be going to sleep. How are you going to function as an artist if you're, And so, there's a tool for each job. But, saying that, hey, I wanna only use Blender because it's a Swiss Army knife and it's fuck Adobe pipeline or whatever. You're crazy, man. You're crazy. And then you got all those very like fucking VTubers or whatever, and they're just hiding behind this character, calling themselves a fucking 3D artist.
Nothing troubles me.
You want a 3D artist? This is what we're seeing right now. This is the thing.
The only thing that troubles me is that I have nothing against either the software or the people using it. Well, why would I have? It's like their choice. It's completely fine by me and all that. But when people are starting to make diluted image of what it truly takes to make something and what it actually is, that's what I have issue with, because they're not realizing, but they're killing the industry. Not killing the industry as a whole. They won't ever do that. They're not that powerful or anything. It's just that the conception, the idea of what a client might want to get, and the idea of how that is achieved, it might be completely different than how it actually is. Because you run across these YouTube channels and they're like, oh, I made this in 5 hours. Sure you did. Yeah, you did, but you use tons of add-ons that are just not applicable elsewhere. You just have like scan data that can be modified with the help of add-ons and this and that, but for what purpose?
You take,
that's the only thing.
Yeah.
Everything else, they can do whatever they like.
Harvey says, like, we're both gonna realize we'll be using Blender. AI is gonna eat up everything. Yes and no. I was thinking about that the other day, and I think it's kind of a bold statement you made there, Orpheus. I'm not gonna lie, but did you hear about that? I think you guys might have heard about it, like the EU or European Union or whatever. I think that's what it is.
European Union, yeah, but what about it?
They got upset at Apple because they weren't standardizing the USB-C in their phones. So now all of the Apple phones now have USB-C, and all of the phones now have USB-C. for like universal. Like for the longest time, like Apple wanted to just make their own like charger for their own thing. It's kind of the same thing with Blender, right?
I just want to read out what Orpheus says. Sorry, Calvin. I just want to pay attention a bit to whoever is saying anything. So he says, you both realize we'll all end up using Blender - AI is going to eat the devs' dollars for the commercial 3D apps. Do you know how many licenses Autodesk sells yearly for Maya? It's absolutely tiny.
Yeah. So I was actually talking about that this day. Yeah. So
I don't have any idea about all of this in sense of how many they're selling or not, and I'm genuinely curious myself. If anyone has any idea, I would love to know as well.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing that up, Orpheus.
So yeah, for the longest time, like Apple was like refusing to change their phones, okay, to USB-C for charging, and the world was just angry that was the case, and then eventually they got in trouble by the European Union that they need to change their charging style for their phones.
Oh, the chargers. Okay.
Yeah, the charging port.
Yeah.
Right? And so
I remember that.
The point is saying that we're both gonna all end up using Blender. Yeah, it's the same thing as the Apple situation in the EU. We're all gonna buy iPhones, which we did, and you know, we're gonna all use Blender. No, we're not. Well, maybe if we end up all using Blender, something definitely needs to change. Because I can guarantee you, movies are not going to be made in Blender because a specific pipeline in the industry, in the movie industry. Unless that shit changes, and companies like Hollywood blockbuster companies can make full Marvel movies, legit, full Pixar animation movie in Blender, no Maya, there needs to be an industry change. Just like the proprietary charger. That's when Apple got in trouble, they really didn't like that change. And if that change happens to Blender, Blender is also not gonna like that change because they got told off by some, you know, massive organization that's slowing the economy down or whatever. And it's open source, I get that, but you know, the software is still backwards and it doesn't really work well with most pipelines. There is some shortcuts you can. What did you say? 6 billion. Yeah. Well, you know, it's all because of the movies, right? You know, no one really gives a fuck at the end of the day. Like, if you're watching Netflix and you're looking at a new movie, expect that was like a $60 million return on day one or more. So, you know. So movies are the ones that are paying for the Maya. And I can tell you for sure, Maya and you know that logic there, Maya is not going there. Maya and Autodesk is not going there. Architects need it, you know. They still rely on 3ds Max, they still rely on Rivet, they still, you know, Autodesk isn't going away. Unless you really want shitty architecture where you live in your city, yeah, there will be no industrial design. It'll be all delayed.
Orpheus.
Those architects, you see those fucking crazy, the crazy celebrity architects, man. They all use Autodesk. Every single one of them. Maybe there's a few that use Blender, but not that many, I think.
I'll pin this message because it's quite informative. Orpheus says Autodesk Maya makes around 6 billion. Autodesk Maya. Autodesk as a company makes around 6 billion. Maya and 3ds Max brings it around 290 million only. That's like even less than 10%, I guess. Even less. Yeah. I don't use Blender, ZBrush, Maya and Houdini, but if the commercial investment isn't there for development and implementing features, the software will die.
Yeah. I mean, you know what I think that's really interesting, you guys? I think that if Blender was gonna have the same issue that Apple did with the charger, where they were forced to change it and they had no choice, then we might see a really, really nice blend.
Yeah.
We might.
Yesterday I've been, like I've said, I made this short, very simple short, just, you know, being bored. Anyway, not that meaningful. I had to sort some scenes into Blender. And I'll tell you, the workflow I have in Maya right now, maybe I just don't know how else better I will make it in Blender, but hell, in Maya was 10 times simpler. For example, in Blender I had, in Maya was 10 times simpler. In Blender I had no idea how to make, for example, selection of one material to select all around the scene wherever that material has been used, how to switch those materials easily. I had to Control L this, Control P that, click I this, click this that. It's like, for me it wasn't really nice. There's many things that are really nice, sure, but for example that one wasn't. So, but to just touch on what to add on what you've been saying, Calvin, is if they improve on that and make the, you know, take from something like Maya or this and that, all the like the best features, sure, Blender, you know, would rock, but even more, you know. But right now I just try to use, you know, everything that I can use to speed up my workflows.
Yeah, I heavily rely on the scripts that I make, and I can tell you that, you know, when you're doing scripts and then you're working in a little bit in technical art as well and trying to make shortcuts and stuff like that, you know, it's 10 times faster to do that, or hell, it's fucking 10 times faster to do it manually in Maya than to do it in Blender. But if you're going to be using the scripts in Maya, it's like microseconds of thinking, you know. And it's crazy. You can make different types of shelves and everything like that. You know, it's really easy to drag stuff onto the shelf. You don't really need to forget. You go into Unreal Engine or ZBrush, you know. Q, W, E, R, T is all the same controls.
Yeah.
You press Q, W, E, R, and T in Blender, it does something else. And dude, I'm working. I don't fucking have the time for this. Like,
yeah.
Honestly, if we're gonna see a change, we need to see a whole fucking, not just maybe not too much UI, but we need to see a complete industrial change of how, you know, that would fit into the pipeline.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. So
Just to,
I don't need to use it.
Kevin, just a moment to catch on what I have a first time chat. Foos7, hi, how are you? He says, for projects like this, wouldn't it be better to use parametric programs like SolidWorks to ensure the correct dimensions? That's correct, Foos, but in this case, I mean, we are doing reverse engineering in a way. They have been done like that, but that's NURBS modeling, and now we have to make it polygon wise. So to make visualizations properly, because on NURBS you cannot attach materials as efficiently as you would on these kind of models. So that's what I'm doing right now here. I hope that answered your question. Orpheus says 290 million. That's roughly 200,000 customers. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? And then you know what? 200,000 customers is not that much, considering the globe. Right? 200,000 customers is probably just like half a continent, actually, or smaller than that. No, hang on, what was it?
It's whole America, man.
There's a stadium that we have in Australia that holds 100,000 people, okay, in one stadium. So 2 stadiums, yeah, that's fucking tiny. And Australia is tiny. And Australia is small. So if we have 100,000 populated seats in one stadium,
do you know what's small?
Make another stadium. That 200,000 customers is so small.
It's not small, man. Small is Macedonia. We are just 2 million people, but yeah, that's quite big. Anyway, I get your point. It makes sense, but yeah.
But also, you have to also kind of realize like how many industrial jobs need this software. I think that's why I'm highlighting it. And what does Autodesk lose interest?
Orpheus says that's why I'm highlighting it.
Autodesk really uses. Yeah.
Command number does not. I think they like what Calvin touched on. As long as the industry of filming and gaming pays, they would keep the interest. Because without that's what's driving the force.
Yeah.
That's the force behind everything. It's not just the raw numbers, I believe, because numbers are numbers, but for what purpose are they used? Is it, I assume companies don't want to make that switch. I just assume, I don't know, but from what I've heard, anyone talking is quite frankly that. They don't want to switch. So if they want to switch and it's costing them a lot of money, I'm sure they would pay money for these companies to keep going. But I'm not sure they will pay these ridiculous amount of money for them just to keep running. There has to be some calculus there, but I don't know it.
Yeah, so 100 to 150,000. Yeah. So like, or yes. So Marvel Stadium or MCG in Australia holds approximately 150,000 people in the chairs, in seats. Plus you got the center part as well, which you probably, that center, the middle bit, right, with the stage and the grass, that probably holds another 20,000 people in that spot, right? So if you had 2 of those stadiums in one country or in one state, that would be equivalent of that country movie production studio, because you can see like they have like the studios all in different worlds, right, in different countries, so that's a lot of customers, that's a lot of licenses, and if you come to think about it, if you score a contract or something like that and your contract is Marvel and you're only working on retopo or texturing or whatever the fuck your task is for that 6 months or 12 months or whatever, then you're contributing to that, and I think it's really interesting as well is that the industries, like the movie industry, they're not gonna change that. They're not gonna change it. They can't afford to change it. If you want to think about the Hollywoods and then the people and whatever, you know that they're not gonna change. So the entire customer base for Maya and 3ds Max combined, do you imagine there is gonna be any more Marvel films? It really depends. I mean, you kind of touched on a really scary question there, because Stan Lee is no longer around, unfortunately.
So the way this conversation goes is it's kind of movies depend on whether Maya is working or not. For example, the way I understand, the way I see this is like if Maya works, there will be Marvel movies. If there is not, there won't be Marvel movies. I think.
It really depends. I mean, it really depends. I mean, there actually, Orpheus. There's a lot of comic books for Marvel. I mean, they could keep on going for fucking 50, 60 years if they really wanted to do all of them. We haven't seen a new Punisher movie in a long time. We haven't seen Spawn, that's Marvel, that's Dark Horse as well. Hellboy is probably in the works as well. We don't know that. There's a lot of movies that haven't been made from Marvel. So they could keep on going, and as long as Maya doesn't break. But Hollywood is like, they have a specific pipeline. Okay, so they're not willing to make that risk, because Hollywood, if you don't oblige to that, that's it. We don't want you. Like, that's the way that I see it. That's the way I think that it goes down. I've heard stories from friends. I got friends who are in studios. I got friends that tell me all sorts of stories, man.
I heard the same here. I heard the same here. People working in FX Streaks here.
It all stems down from stress. It all stems down from stress. It all stems down from, I need to get this done now. You can't argue. And if you're gonna be coming into a studio and you're using Blender, you better understand how to use that blindfolded and use Maya simultaneously as a fucking expert, because they don't have time for you to, you know, do that shit, because they got their own pipeline. You know, Autodesk is their friends, and they have a hotline that helps them all the time, you know, stuff like that. You know, you can't really, like, you know, be super R&D like. You need to follow their pipeline, because their pipeline is specifically Autodesk, specifically like that. Sometimes they use like the scan data stuff, you know, it's rare in the instances they'll have a library of scan data stuff already from previous assets or whatever, but it's all done in Maya. I've seen it. There's a strict pipeline, you know. And like the animation toolkit is already there. If they introduce Blender somewhere in between, it's very, very, very dangerous, because now they have to make a risk, and they're like, oh, you know, imagine they're talking to the director. Oh, we're just trying this new thing out. Dude, imagine try to explain that shit to James Cameron, or fucking one of the other like super crazy guys. Like, what's the other there's another director out there. Anyway, just use James Cameron as a really, really good example. Oh, we're trying out this new thing, James. We're gonna try to recreate the Titanic and the whole movie in Blender. How the fuck do you think he's gonna react to that? You're fucking crazy telling it to that guy. Alright, well, show me a result tomorrow morning at 10. Whoa, fucking good luck. Comes in 10 morning, yeah, I haven't got a shitty result, but you're still like, I'm trying to figure it out because of the new software, the new add-ons. James comes in next morning at 10, he doesn't see a result. That's it, contract over. Goodbye. Scary shit. And then now you have to go explain that to your family or your wife. Oh, I didn't get my paycheck. Right? Because of this stupid decision. And to say the film industry is dying in Hollywood, large budget effects are dwindling. Even advertisers winding down. Andrew Hutchinson's, why do you think Andrew, did he switch industries? Oh shit. Yeah, well, I've been kind of like a little bit all over the place too. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you know, he probably doesn't give a fuck. You're still gonna have to try to explain that to one of the fucking crazy people who think it is a bad idea. But yeah, I don't think he understands Maya. Or maybe he's seen it. You know, maybe he's done the whole mocap stuff. But that'd be pretty hilarious, you know. That's just a really funny hypothetical. It's not entirely true. But yeah, what is good old Andy doing? It's been a while, I haven't checked up on him. Did he switch?
I don't think James Cameron gives a fuck what software the VFX is done in. I can pretty much understand that as well, but what I believe Kelvin wants to say is that, because I've heard this as well from people working in the filming industry, I had a fair share of that, of people working in there. I've never been working in that environment, but even speaking from game environment working on, it's been pretty much hectic. Like, we need this to be done like tomorrow, and there is no way to be done tomorrow, but they don't care. But from the people working in the movie industry, from what I've heard is that, yeah, some of them, like, to touch on one Orpheus says and pretty much what Kelvin says, my opinion is that it's somewhere in between, because I truly don't think that James Cameron really goes into that, you know, micromanagement of things. But when they set out to make things, they have to be made no matter what. And these friends of mine have lost the job.
Time as a factor as well.
They have lost the job, so it's crazy. They say like, I remember this friend of mine being so like super happy, you know, to work. Oh, you know, I'm working on this movie, that movie, and surely like 2 months into it, he was, hey man, I quit. Why? What happened? Well, I had to work Sundays. I had to work on weekends. You know, why? Well, the movie was behind. We were behind. We had to catch up. We had to do this and that. It's relentless. So it's not easy, definitely. So when I assume that, when I consider that, I don't think that, like Orpheus says, they care that much in how something is made, as long as it's made. But I can understand studios that once they have, you know, like you said, Calvin, once they have like set of pipelines, work pipelines, workflows, they don't want to, you know, I assume they don't want to change that. Just go what's safe, you know, so they can be sure to make it on time.
It's too scary.
Yeah.
It's too scary.
I can imagine.
I've spoken to some pretty big people in industry. Like some people have been in there for like 12 years, and then they were like, yeah, Blender's interesting, but I would just never touch it. It's too risky to add it in. And straight up, they just tell you that, you know, because imagine trying to like figure a way how to integrate that. And even if you were going to figure a way how to integrate that, you have to go pay the technical artist to figure it out. And then now the technical artist has to come up with a creative way to convince the rest of the team that it's going to work. And if they don't like it, based on time and, you know, pipeline and patience, they might like it, they might not. But it wouldn't surprise me. I think Blender is being used in the movie industry. But I think it's based on like the tools. Going back to the Swiss Army knife. You know, sometimes when you're in the forest and you find a bottle that needs a cork, screw, just whip it out, and holy shit, I just found a bottle of wine, Merlot, fuck. Drink that in the forest. Sometimes when you're being too much prepared in combat, you don't think about bringing a corkscrew, you know? You prioritize the machete, because you thought you were going to be in danger, instead of having a kind of relaxing time in the forest if you got lost. So, you never know, you might use it for something. And I think Blender is being used, but it's not fully adapted. Maybe when we see Alembic files, I think there is Alembic options in Blender, I don't know. But if there is, maybe they're integrating that somehow.
There's a comment from Orpheus.
Weird scale issue.
I'm not saying Blender is going to be used in VFX like Maya. I'm saying Autodesk could very easily stop developing of Maya, and individual artists will need to switch to Blender.
Nah, I don't believe that.
I guess,
as long as
you know,
can keep the software on your computer, you're okay.
I think it depends how much it costs them to run it. You know, if they have any kind of profit from it, or develop it like, because, you know, as a kid I believed like, oh my, how complicated these games are, how they made this, like whole environments and this and that, how big the team is. And surely enough, today I think I can make like half of the game myself, you know, like in a year, like a set of scene, like a Wild West, you know, scene, set of houses, this and that. My point being is, I realized they're not making everything from scratch again. They're just reusing stuff and, you know, polishing stuff up, making high res of models previously used and so on. So if Maya is doing the same concept, which I cannot see why not, or why it's not like that, they just take what they have and they just add some plugins here and there, and they just, you know, put another software. And if that's very low cost from what they're getting, maybe even, although as Orpheus says, albeit they're making like only 290 million profits, maybe the margin of what they gain there, it's much bigger than in other softwares. So maybe that's why they're running it still, or why it might run in the future as well. I don't know, but it makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean, Orpheus. No, I thought you meant Andrew completely switched. No, by the looks of it, I think he...
Andrew Hodgson?
Maybe...
You're speaking about Andrew Hodgson?
Yeah.
Like what, he switched from Maya to Blender?
Yeah, no, I think he's integrating it, more or less. No, he switched industries.
Yeah.
By the looks of it, by the looks of it, he's working at Blizzard now. But, you know, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of, I would say that there's probably less flexibility in the movies industry.
Yeah.
But, you know, you kind of just get good at, the way that I see it, I've experienced it a little bit with me. You kind of just get a little bit good at something, and then you get bored, and then you're like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll just go over there and work. I'm tired of this. And then you get the job. Really, I guess it's really entirely up to you if you want the job or not. You know, and Andrew probably could have stayed, but you know, I don't know specifically why he moved, but for me, I think he works great. And if he needed to be a kid again and go back to creating some cool shit, then I guess it's pretty easy for him anyway, because he's got such a good portfolio. People will hire you if you look.
Yeah. Ain't that what we are working towards, eh? At least I am. I'm trying. How to make something meaningful as that. Now, why the hell this is going off like this? Maybe I should increase the... Yeah, now... Did I miss here a point? No, I'm sure not. So... Why do I keep going there? Oh, here it is, the same.
That's delicious. I just had...
I'm back. Sorry, guys.
Just spitballing, guys. Kind of things I think about when working. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting trying to, you know, make things work. But that's my take on it, you know. Yeah, Maya's not going anywhere. As long as people are making movies. I mean, this is the horrible reality of our demise. If movies and Netflix just like, hey, we're gonna make a final movie. That's it. Close shop. You know, Netflix will still be open and you'll still have a, you know, that subscription and whatever. But there's no projects being made. they'll just recycle the movies and then they keep like releasing them every week, and nothing will be made. You know, everything will be old. Eventually you'll see everything that's on Netflix. You'll see everything that's on Disney Plus. You'll see it all. You'll finish it. You'll die seeing everything, the whole entire catalog. Nothing will be new. Then you're gonna say, oh, Blender is the go-to. Yeah, good luck fucking trying to make that catalog again with that software. I think that's crazy to me. That would be extremely terrifying. Not just for the Maya users, but for the everyday person that's sitting at home.
Just spitballing kind of things I'm thinking while working. Yeah, pretty much the same, man. I get you.
We're gonna watch movies and then there's nothing new anymore. Like think about like the Simpsons, for example.
I never watched them.
Yeah. There's not many people that have, but when you do,
I never watched them.
People that have, but it's weird. Like I grew up with The Simpsons, right? And watching it now, it's weird. It's like,
Why? Why is weird?
Because it's like because some of the voice actors died.
Oh.
They're not the same anymore, and it's kind of just like that, right? But you know, you can't see that. You can't see that transition into movies or Maya versus Blender. You know, you see it more into like, you know, when someone milks a product so much, like The Simpsons, that it becomes kind of strange. You know, like that's kind of what you don't want to happen with the industry. You don't want it to people like, you know what? Wow, 3D was kind of cool, but I don't know, it's kind of weird now. I think that will probably happen in the future. Like, there'll be this whole entire wave of the AI and revolution and the fucking, you know, the digital apocalypse. You know how we had ad apocalypse on YouTube? You know, where everyone's like revenue got fucking sliced in half or more worse because the ad apocalypse killed all the channels. Yeah, there'll be something equivalent to that. There'll be a digital apocalypse for sure. Like something will fucking happen eventually, and it won't even matter if it's gonna be Blender or Maya. 3D one day, it's just gonna be strange, and we won't want to say 3D again. It's gonna be like, oh, did you use 3D before? Oh yeah, it was disgusting. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, sometimes people will not really think about that. And we got AI and, you know, other things, but it's crazy. Another view version of Maya used in large studios in some cases. Proprietary with custom-built Autodesk. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Maya could stop in 2028. Simply license. Yeah, directly to... Yeah, probably. Probably. You know, they could very much be possible. We don't know for sure.
That would be good.
Actually might happen is
that would be good, definitely.
It'll be very interesting to see, because 3D, the way that I look at a 3D, it's kind of gotten to the point where it looks good on console, it looks good on PC, and it also looks good on TV. And it's very, very, very close from 3D being almost exactly identical on all three platforms. Console, movie, PC. Crazy. So 3D is going to get to a point, and actually it's kind of an interesting topic you raised there, because, you know, GPUs are going to probably be phased out for gaming ones anyway. Maybe they'll just have a generic one. They're not gonna keep making new chips because there's nothing to innovate more now. I mean, there's other stuff to innovate, of course, but 3D is like kind of done. You know, everything looks good. If they make the 6000 series in the graphics card, that would probably be the last one. I don't think they'll make the 70 series. I think they'll stop.
Why would you think that? What do you mean? I'm just genuinely curious.
Well, just based on like, you know, just 3D in general, just being great. Like it's gotten to the point. I mean, I think if anything, really, probably hair and particles is probably the only one. That hair, particles, maybe water simulations and other Houdini like crazy stuff. Maybe that's as far as I'm concerned. All the 3D looks good.
Orpheus says, "Jesus, guys, I was watching for fun. You're bringing me down. I hope I'm not Orpheus."
I'm definitely bringing Orpheus down, for sure.
I mean, it's only good. It's only good. I always love to be informed on things, for example, and it's interesting, Calvin, that you have so much.
I just want to have a bit of fun while I have this coconut water. That's all.
Coconut water. I'm drinking that as well, man.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, heard is nice. So.
Yeah,
and besides, I love cocos. Coconuts.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's definitely gonna be like that, Orpheus, and you know, it's
Heck, let me play this. So we have some ambiental music at least on the back. I'm just gonna lower it a bit more like that. So just very, very subtle. Okay. I gotta say, guys, that I enjoy this conversation and I enjoy having you guys.
Are you excited for the digital revolution?
Well. I mean, God knows what will happen, you know, like all this thing with the AI, you know.
How old are you at the moment? That's cool.
It's crazy, so.
How old are you, by the way?
Oh, myself, I'm 36.
26?
36. 36.
Yeah. So you've still got like some. We both have time left for sure. We're gonna see the same thing, 100%. But I think that maybe when you turn 40, or you're close to my age, you're gonna see a shift. There's gonna, because I saw the shift happen like maybe in 2020, or like, you know, when the RTX cards first came out. I was like, holy shit, it's fucking wild, real-time reflections. And I just couldn't think of anything else after that, you know? And so, yeah, I think we're gonna see something. We're gonna see something pop up.
Okay, in what sense do you think the new graphic cards have changed things? Other than they have now some AI power to compute things. I can certainly see benefits with the 5070, I'll tell you that. With when it comes to denoising.
I've got the 3090, and honestly, I'm producing the same content that you already see. You know, I could make it look better, but you know, it's gonna look the same if I get another card. Because before I had the 1080, so I had 1080 graphics card for the longest time, and then I upgraded from the 3090, and immediately I saw a big change, like crazy change. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think they will make a 70 series. If they do make a 60, that is. If they do make a 60 series, I don't think a 70 will come out. They're also running out of numbers. So what do you call it? 10,000 series. Like,
Yeah, why not?
1080x. But yeah, I mean, console and movie, it's like everything has gotten hyper realistic. Actually, no. I'm gonna take a little bit back about what I said. I'll take a little bit back what I said because I think the reason why I say this is because GTA 6 hasn't come out yet. So I think once we see GTA 6.
What's with that?
Yeah, once we see it out, we're gonna have a good benchmark about where 3D needs to be. Because this happened in 2013. Like, the game came out, and then people started making open world games, focusing more on detail. They got all jealous, and we need reflections too. Well, let's make some cards. So we'll see. We'll see what happens this year if they release it. I'm pretty sure that will release it, but but I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe they'll make a graphics card or maybe they make a graphics card or a chip, right? Where it doesn't matter which card you get, you're going to get the equivalent of a 30 or a 4090 or a 5090. And then the only upgrade you actually are getting is some sort of AI core or some sort of sophisticated core that's going to allow you to have more density for people, more water shader, but actually every single graphics card you'll get will probably be the same as the last one. Because it's gotten to the point, actually, where it will, basically, we come to the point of 3D where it's kind of like everything is kind of being made.
Yeah.
And I don't even know how you're going to power it too. If it's going to get too hot, you're going to need a new power supply. Maybe power supplies will be obsolete. You just plug it straight into the wall. Who knows? I don't know.
One thing is certain, the future is very colorful. There are many options, like not options, it's not the right word, but like many scenarios. So there are many things going on. I mean, just yesterday I was watching Elon Musk speaking about medicine. He says there's not gonna be need for any surgeons in like 3 years. Like, that's crazy. Imagine that. Now, I can understand him saying that, for the sake of it's his business, but still. And actually, just before you came up on the stream, I was watching the Diary of a CEO with some guy. He was actually talking about the same, so that's how I got to think of it. But
yeah, I love the Diary.
Yeah, so it's crazy. I mean, all I'm trying to say is that there are all these options, like be it in entertainment industry, medical industry, you name it.
Yeah, it's all there. It's just a matter of trying to figure out where you need to put yourself.
I'm very happy with what I have achieved now for this project, I guess. I think. I've been silently working here and listening to you, Calvin, for a while and struggling to get some shapes done properly, but now this is more or less okay. There's not going to be too much reflection on this, so I'm going to leave it aside. But it's really tricky, considering also the talk we had previously on scans, this and that, I wish for not a wish, but I'm wondering, given all these tools we have today, like, ain't there like some software which can translate CAD models to polygon models sufficiently enough so we won't have to do this, because cleaning up this is it's a mess, really.
Yeah, no, for sure it is.
I mean, it's not hard, but it's just very slow, you know. You have to be mindful of details, this and that. In that sense, it's not difficult by any means. Whoever knows geometry will know how to solve it, you know. That's it. There's no artistic touch, so to speak, you know. But and to go back on the topic of Blender Maya versus Maya, it's one thing I noticed recently also is that Blender does not have any support for I don't think I'm not sure which specific material format of material it was, of model it was, but like they don't have from SketchUp, I believe, or STL files. You just cannot open them in Blender. There is no option for that.
There's no.
I think, unless they change
no
something.
Real previs. Yeah, there's no real previs, you know, for it. So.
And I just accidentally came across that because I was working on a project for these racing seats that I had to develop, and I was trying to open them in Blender, and I just couldn't. There wasn't any option. And I'm like, seriously? Like, okay, well, I was happy to see that because mainly, I won't lie, I'm like working 95% in Maya. So all my workflow is based in Maya. So I want to see it stay relevant. And when I saw that, I was like, okay, that's great. Well, that will keep the advantage for sure, you know.
Yeah, no, totally. Orpheus says, yeah, I don't know, GPUs are getting worse. Generation of raw power is no longer consistent. True, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they kind of got to the point. Generated frames is less actual raw power. Yeah, true.
When I was trying to make...
I kind of said what I said earlier. Like, I don't think that they will go past the 70. I think 60 is the mark. And also, in some form, it also makes a lot of sense mathematically to, like, you want to not have odd numbers when you're doing calculation because it destroys your formula.
When I was trying to get a new GPU, Orpheus was also advising me on the GPU, which one should I take and so on. And he said the same, what you just said. I mean, obviously, he just actually wrote that. But I also wanted to add on that yeah, I got now the 5070 Ti, which is, as you both say, it doesn't have the raw power of the previous generations, but guys, that thing with the AI, it really helps. I see it, like in Denoiser. It's working crazily. It's working very fast. At least for rendering. At least for rendering with Denoiser on GPU. At least for that. I'm not very much knowledgeable about anything else, but that just for that, I'm very happy with what I've made, the choice. Obviously.
Yeah, actually, I think it was last year. Actually, I upgraded my CPU. I had 6 cores, and now I have a Xeon 24 cores now, which is crazy.
How they were cores, and then the threads were multiple, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so okay, I have 16. Okay, I just was trying to make the calculation.
Let me see. So I've got on my CPU. Yeah, 22 cores, 44 logical processors. Base clock is at 2.2 gigahertz. And, yeah, I can see all the cores working. It's really sufficient. No hang times, nothing. In fun fact, I got the CPU for free. So yeah.
How's that?
So I had my velocity points, and I saved it up for my frequent flyers, and then I bought an eBay card for the points, and then I used that eBay card to get the CPU.
That's so cool, man.
So, yeah. Yeah.
That's what I love about
It's good. You got if you have your credit card and you collect reward points, you should look into it because sometimes you can get like these.
That's what I love about the open world, so to speak. In Macedonia here, we don't get to enjoy those things. If I import something from eBay, I have to pay taxes and whatnot, so the price is pretty much as I'm buying it from a store. So it's not really convenient.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah, and besides that, you don't have any guarantee.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, because you know you're buying it from USA, so when it comes in our country, they would say, okay, you bought it from USA. You don't have any guarantee for that here. So, I mean, we're not even in European Union, so we're not in. We're third world country. I don't know how that's called really, but in that sense, you know, we're not even in European Union. So,
yeah.
And if you ask me, probably for the best, but yeah, that's politics stuff. I won't get into it. Anyway, so I've been thinking about it, but yeah, it's not really convenient to get that in here.
Well, you can always move to Australia.
Yeah. Yeah, at least we have a lot of people from our country there. I know that. Okay, I messed it up this. Why on earth have I done that? Jesus Christ, no. That's not working. I gotta go back. What I did got was the Meta Quest 3. So,
oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to, once I finish this up and finish the vehicle, the Porsche I'm making, I want to visualize it like I'm walking around it, you know? And I cannot wait actually to do that. I do a lot of 3D printing, says Orpheus. Blender has native support for STL. I get a lot of clients' files back and forth, and some of them use Blender for previewing. Come join us in the EU. Orpheus, they won't have us. No matter how much we wanted to be part of the big family that is European Union, European Union doesn't want us, it seems. So yeah, it's a never-ending quest. I'm not saying the general opinion of the countries in European Union. I'm just trying to be how to say this? I don't have the word. It's just one country that's against us. So anyway.
Yeah, it's nuts. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, I just needed like more speed on my PC. So yeah, I ended up doing that, getting that CPU.
Two and 15 here on my end. All I'm gonna say, guys, is that like I'll be streaming for more, like in the next, for hour more, and then I'll have some guests, so I'll be going after that. But still, I don't know, like almost in 8 minutes. In 8 minutes. In 8 minutes, I'm hitting like 5 hours of streaming. I haven't streamed that long since, I don't know, 4 months ago, I guess, 3 months ago. And actually I just hit 150 followers, which is a milestone. And if, I mean, to all who have followed, I just want to say big thanks.
I'm
That's what's interesting. For example, I'm now talking on streaming wise and the whole platform and how it goes and all that. you know, I'm breaking language, like speaking in English. It's not that I believe I'm not, you know, speaking it well or not. I believe I do, but not as, you know, someone who's from, you know, natively speaking that language, and that can be like disadvantage, and as such, not very convenient for any of us here to make live streaming on English. But in the same time, if it gets good, it's much more profitable than anyone else in the world making it, because obviously, you know, the value here of the money is much bigger than it is in the European Union or in Australia for that matter, or USA, you know. So for example, when someone subscribes like $2, $5, something like that, which is not even for a chewing gum in US, for example, in here you can have a meal. You know, so it's pretty crazy. But anyway, it's not about that. It's just like the whole idea of that. It's interesting. It's it might trigger one, you know, to start doing it, but
Me, I'm just bored. That's why I made the shop. I don't have an excuse for you.
yeah. Now I'm not sure whether you were talking about me, but yeah, I'm bored as well, and that's why I'm doing streaming. Like I've touched on, I believe many times on the stream by now. You know, I see myself sitting at home for very long hours working on stuff, and sometimes truly being very, you know, like bored with it, and I just want some company. And it's when I thought, like, why not I do this? I would have never came across you. I would have never came across Orpheus. I would have never came across DG, Nimlot, and many others, you know. So in that sense, you know, that's what's worth it in the end. Like these connections, not anything else. For example, when I had the Sim Racing Championship back in 2013, the best thing that came up from that is not that I won the championship or got the money. Surely that made me proud, or I proved myself what I wanted to prove. But I'm still friends with those guys. I still get to go on a beer, laugh about those days, you know. So
I'm just happy. I'm just happy that I can just, you know, help people. I mean, you don't know, maybe it's crazy. Like those materials I sold is going into someone's project right now.
yeah, that's very cool. That's very cool to know that. That's very cool, and I can imagine, you know, like how fulfilling it might, you know, you might feel. If I said that well in English, I don't know. Content with yourself to say, you know.
I feel pretty content. I like the idea of like helping people. But, you know, there's really no making a material if I'm not gonna sell it, I think. Well, at this point, I could make materials for myself. But, you know, if it's good enough, then I might keep it for me and not sell it.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see the new material that I got though?
No.
Link it in the Twitch.
Can you share it again? Where did you put it?
Oh yeah, sure. I put it in the Twitch earlier.
In Twitch. But all I can see is Orpheus lastly talking, like in the last 10 minutes of writing, actually talking.
I think it got lost. That's okay.
Yeah, it got lost. It's beyond what I can scroll up. Yeah, please do. I'm gonna check it out right away. Okay, there it is. This reminds me on Porto from Portugal. On the tiles they have like this. San Francisco fairy tiles.
Yeah. So I was in San Francisco when I got these scans done.
They look very nice.
Busy with that one.
What?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's gonna be on the store soon.
Yeah.
Kind of like at this little stage right now where I'm uploading these photos. 7,188 photos. Because there was a point where my wife, she was like, I don't have any more storage. Can I just put it in your Google photo library? And then it just got super chaotic. I couldn't find my own shit anymore, and I was just so, you know. And then she started saying my screensaver was shit because it's all mixed up. She can have her own photos. So I recently got all her photos this morning, and then now I'm gonna dump it in her photo library. There we are. Just gonna see a surprise when she opens her phone now.
That's so cool. That's sweet. I loved making someone surprise, so
No, it's not
I
gonna
like
be a
that.
good surprise because she has to organize it all. She's the one. Yeah, she's the one who subscribed to the Google storage. For the longest time, for the longest time for me, I never ever subscribed to the storage. Cause 15 gig is so good for me. She's got 200 gig on her storage.
Me the same. I have the same.
Yeah, here you go. Backing up your photos. This will take 12 minutes. Yeah, sure enough.
I love photography, by the way, man.
Downloaded them. I put because I didn't want to share it and I didn't want her to download it manually because it would take forever. So I put all of her photos in an album, and then I downloaded that album to the PC, and then I just drag and drop it to her photos. So I'm basically doing the transfer twice at this point, but I get it off my computer, and she's really terrible at her storage when it comes to doing it with the server and everything. Yeah, but I'm just gonna say, hey, I got all of these photos here, and you should organize them. And they're in date order too. So she's gonna see a whole bunch of photos from back in the day.
That's cool.
She's they're 17 gigabytes on my computer of her photos. And that's how much I had. That's how much she was storing on mine. When I look at my Google Drive, super clean.
You don't take enough photos. That's why. You don't take enough photos. I'm saying that's why.
Yeah, I know. I don't take enough photos because you know what? When you look at my photos, it's just screenshots, receipts, bank statement, fucking pictures of shit on ArtStation. It's never an adventure thing. Don't really have.
I love taking. I love making photos with camera. And I might take as much as 1,000 in 10 days vacation. And what happens is the majority of that will get in a recycle bin. So we go the other time, and my wife is like, "Why are you taking all these photos?" Well, I don't know. Really, I don't know, because I know that the majority will end up in a recycle bin. But still, you have to take the shot, to see which one will work, which one won't. I love the process, of going around, you know, through that. So
See how many photos I have, or what my story is looking like after deleting all of her stuff. That was sick. Yeah, I'm about 13 gigabytes free space now. I was never like that earlier. I also got like all of those emails saying like, oh, you know, you're low on your storage, upgrade to Gmail Plus or whatever. You know, prevent your stuff from getting trashed. I'm like,
just to touch on Orpheus' message, he says, gotta go, guys. Great catching up with you. Avramovsky, is your Discord ID blocked? No, man. Why would that be?
Yeah, you've been having a lot of issues. Like
Myself?
When I switched to iPhone, it said that it was a mature audience.
Wait a sec. Before Orpheus goes, I want to sort this out. Because he thinks my Discord ID is blocked. Orpheus, can you be more specific? Like, what do you mean? I couldn't get into it. On Discord, on my Discord channel, I think you are already there. Are you not? Wait a sec. I can see you. What's happening? I have you also. I don't have you as a friend, but I can write you. Now this got to make a print screen. I'm working on on Upwork, and it has this app for the desktop that makes screenshots of what you're working on in the moment. And the moment I flipped on the other screen to write to Orpheus, it made a screenshot, and 15 minutes of my work has been wasted. So okay, anyway, not the literal work, but the time that I'm gonna charge. Anyway, so Orpheus, can you please share a screen or anything so I can see what exactly you're talking about, because I'm not seeing anything off with the chat on Discord here. Where is the Twitch? I gotta make like strict pipe like scheme of things here on how to navigate easily. Yeah, I'm in your server, but every time I go to load your room, Discord asks for ID. No. That can be because I never asked anyone to share their ID. So I'm trying to figure out what that is. What channel are you trying to get in? Yeah, I'm in your server, but every time I got to load your room, Discord asks for ID. That might be Discord asking, but not me. Because the only thing I have on my small community on Discord is obviously because I got some bots coming in on the Discord channel and offering discounts to people, bothering people, spamming. I had to close the Discord profile, not mine, but the Discord server. I had to close it to make it. Once I approve anyone, they would come in. So that's the only thing, and the only thing they have to do is just it's a question mandatory by Discord. So from where you might see me or what are you interested in, that's it. But me specifically, I haven't put anything that asks for ID, so I'm not sure really for which room you're talking about. I'm puzzled really. He says, is your Discord ID blocked? I mean, I'm here with Calvin. We're talking on the live streaming channel. I think everything should be fine. Yeah, it might be due to the online safety law here in the UK. That's something I never heard before. I mean, there might be. Yeah, sure. I'll look into it further. It's only happening with your server. Now, this kind of, bothers me because I'm not sure, like Calvin, what I have might done differently. I don't deal with these things much. is your Discord age restricted to over 18? I know it was. A friend of mine had a problem, but I changed it. Let me look into it. Discord server, how to Discord server 80 over 18.
No, it only doesn't let you in the channel if you have an iPhone. But
server settings. Okay. Orpheus, before you go, I'm looking into it. I want to see this done. Access and enable the age restricted server toggle. Navigate to server settings. Okay. Okay, I'm there. Access and enable. Where is that now? Only server owners or moderators with proper permission can officially design. Okay. Verification. Users must be 18 plus and may need to go through Discord's age verification process using a selfie or ID to access restricted content. That thing maybe I have put here. Okay, how to then change that. Discord server change. Wait a sec, I have to change that. Oh my. I mean, Orpheus, I just got fed up with all these bots, man, spamming on the channel, so I was like, okay, you do that, I'm gonna, you know, return the favor. And everything I could do to protect the Discord channel, I did. Whether it was people to be ID'd, but that was in the sense that if anyone comes on the channel, they have to have their Discord channel verified. So if you have verified it to Discord, it would be fine. But I personally don't ask for any IDs, you know, on my end. But that's that I think I understand. Anyway, I'm gonna try and modify that. So it says remove risky permissions from everyone. Require to. Okay, that's not it. Auto mod, that's not it. It's been happening since December. Haven't been able to catch you on stream to mention it. Yeah, it's pretty much, I assume, due to that, because it's roughly around that time that I had 2 spammers on the Discord channel, and they have been offering financial advices to people on the channel without anyone, consent or anything. Yeah, Calvin, they just dropped like 10 messages long, I mean 10 separate messages, so it was really a pain to go and delete it, because it did not happen only on one channel, but it happened on every channel that you see in my group on the Discord.
You should ask him how.
So
You should ask him how to fix the economy and if we will get the jobs back. I think that would be pretty good.
I will get this sorted out, because this shouldn't be happening. Safety setup. That's not it. There is no such thing. Apps. I mean, there is nothing detailed there about that. Now this is taking time. Orpheus says he has to go. I'm pausing here on my work as well. Let me pause it, not to make a screenshot again. Okay, server profile. Engagement. Send random prompt members to, okay, send a message when blah 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 blah. System message, activity feed, display all message only mentions server ID. Okay, join. Okay, boost perks. I'm thinking, Calvin, if you know, I mean, this is just my micro stuff and my little ideas. I hope, you know, to get some either by people subscribing to the streaming and all that, to be self-sufficient, so I can upgrade the Discord channel as well to offer more content benefits for users. But I'm not seeing any need really for anyone who is on the channel, other than maybe potential projects which I'm trying to integrate on the channel. Server settings on access. Here it is, I think. Apply from profile. Read and agree to server rules. Okay. Join application. Age restricted. It's not. Apply only. So age restricted server. Users will need to confirm they are over the legal age to view the content on in this server. It's offline. It's off. It's not on. So Orpheus, one last thing before you go. Can you tell me what does it show you when you try to join that specific room? What does it show you, so I can try it and look it up on the internet so to fix this? That will be very useful. You did something, it's working now. I didn't do anything, man. No, really, I didn't touch anything. I mean, maybe something happened, but I didn't touch anything. The age restriction was off already. I know this because a friend of mine with whom I'm playing Ark Raiders, he's talking through... Okay, I just got a job invitation, so that's why, Calvin, I cannot get back to developing my Porsche. Yeah, I have to check.
You'll never finish it.
Oh yeah, I will. I will. Don't say it twice, and you'll see me doing it by tomorrow. You know. I need this kind of push, and I really missed, you know, streaming and doing all this. But you know, being on camera and all these things, talking all the time. Sometimes you just want peace. It's not that I don't have it right now, but you know, kind of you want to stay private sometimes.
Yeah,
and
it's hard. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to get. And you know, when you want peace, you can't really find it because you need to silence the noise first.
Yeah. Okay, one thing important is that Orpheus got that sorted out. But now I'm wondering how many other people are having this issue. Luckily, I hope Calvin did not encounter any problems. So
No.
I hope others haven't as well.
Coconut water, man. Yeah.
Let me give some. Oh, I cannot. Calvin, can you share with me on Discord your shop again, please?
Yeah, sure.
I want to. Oh, Luca, he says, I think I'm probably kicked from the server by a bot or something. No way. I think the bot is maybe making these problems. Because surely I haven't blocked anyone or removed anyone. Let me check if Luca, you're still on the channel. He's not. What?
Thanks for wanting to share.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Just feel free to share it with me here.
I'm pretty close to finishing.
I want to make a shout out, and actually, man, the group I have here on Discord is literally for that, for people to have another space where they can share a bit more. It's not anything big. It's not that it will reach many people, but you know, it's compounding. So the more people they do it, the more it will be, you know, the more people will eventually come and see it. But speaking of such thing, it's not forbidden or anything. Feel free to share it anywhere. But yeah, too many things now I'm getting at once, and I'm trying to sort. Feel free to share it on general discussion or straight on my personal messages. DM me, how they would say it, you know. But yeah, Luca, he's saying that he's been removed from the server, and I have weirdly enough tagged him this morning on the server to look up for a job. Why would he be? This is stupid. I need to kick this bot out of the server. Definitely need to look into it because yeah.
There you go. Oh yeah, yes, nice.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, good.
So I want to make a shout out for anyone who's curious.
Oh,
Go ahead.
thank you, man. And you know, as the time goes on, I will continue to make more materials. We're going to have the launch pretty soon, so I'm gonna make some sort of announcement, I guess. I could easily finish all of this tomorrow. What? That's my folio thing.
And I'm gonna pin the message on top, so whoever comes in will be seeing it more clearly. No, I mean, it's entirely deserved. I still have my awes, like compliments to say about the environment you've done, and the first time I've seen it, I thought, you know why? Because Kelvin, I genuinely thought it was a picture. You know, and then you told me no, it's a 3D model, and I was like, what? So
yeah, and then I showed you the reference.
Yeah, so it's great. It's great. It goes to say.
Yeah, I want to make I'm actually like low key making another one. Another project. It's totally different. So yeah, I need to fix like the whole entire pipeline for the material, get all of that done, make it more make it manageable, so I can make the new project. But yeah, I can't wait to show that soon.
In the meantime, by the way, here I'm trying to kick out the bot, so that's why I'm not working right now. Give me a moment. Yeah, I'm trying to kick that thing out because I haven't certainly removed Luca from my server. So if that thing is removing people without my consent, not knowing, that's a big problem for me. Not necessarily for anyone. I don't think people that much care, you know. It's just, like I said, my small place where I'd like to have people that I encountered or talked with, you know. Server settings, members. Why does it bring me back to this? Server settings. Roles, I think. Yeah. So there is Coffee Bot, Admin, YouTube Stats, Musical Dino, View Members. Okay, Luca, I'm gonna send you another invite, and actually I'm gonna invite Vladko because it seems he's not. Wait a sec, this doesn't. Wait a sec. If I have invite next to people, it's working. I can see you, Orpheus. Yeah, Paul is here though. Yeah, it seems that next to the names of the Discord members I have, like for friends, if I have invite next to them, it means they're not part of the group, and this is interesting. I had Vladko, I had Lux, Luca on the channel, and now they're not. So okay.
Anyone achieving these tiles in Substance Painter? Yeah, actually I have. I don't know if you've already done it, Dash, but Yeah, I could show you how to do that sometime if you like.
Just a sec, I just noticed that some other people are also missing from the channel, and why? This is stupid. Server settings. Okay. All members. Okay, he just came. I'm trying to join in on the server. Now I'm trying to see whether he's a member of the server, and it says he's not. And also it's with other people. I think someone is on Discord Plus. Luca, is that you? No. From where did I heard that? Server settings. Members.
I might head off soon too, actually. Yeah, I just figured I'd wanna pass by and see how you were and shit for the new year. Nice to chat.
Yeah, Kelvin, absolutely. It was a pleasure, and I mean, as always, and really nice to get your to hear your thoughts on things and your knowledge on things beyond anything. Yeah, and I'm gonna continue working on this because I have to finish it today. I was supposed to yesterday, but I really just didn't have enough time, and yeah, so
Really?
today will be grinding, you know.
Well, make sure to get your rest though.
Yeah. I will.
Interesting. 43 minutes in order for me to completely get rid of my last photos of my computer. Oh. Good. Okay, is this sorting it out in date? Yeah, sorting it out in date. Very good. So all she needs to do is scroll down.
Kelvin, I actually will gonna be making a pause for like 5 minutes. I'm gonna jump off from the PC for a while, and
Yeah, no,
I just wanted to say, if you're going as well,
tea and then go to bed. That's what I'm gonna do.
yeah, and if I don't catch you in 5 minutes, then I'll say goodbye to you now.
Yeah, I might jump back on later. Who knows?
Yeah.
I need to try to get these photos done, and then tomorrow gonna get up early after I see her off to work. And I'm gonna utilize that time to just try to finish everything tomorrow. So hopefully you'll hear from me. I'll put in a small little announcement in the Discord.
Okay, awesome. Let me know when if I can help in sharing that any kind. Just let me know. You're welcome.
That would be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll get some stuff to you soon.
Okay, awesome, man. I have to make a pause as well. Talk soon, I guess. Take care.
Yeah, totally. All right, we'll talk soon, man.
Bye.
Take it easy.
Thanks.
All right, take it easy, guys. All right, bye-bye.
Ciao, ciao. I have to take matters off quickly. Unplanned for, really, because I had to work, but I'll sign off for, I don't know, 5-6 hours, and maybe I'll continue later on in the night. For anyone who is wondering on the progress of this and wants to follow this, yeah, I'll be later in the day again online, whoever wants to hang out as well. That being said, have a nice Saturday, enjoy the day, take care, and see you later. Bye bye. And don't forget to subscribe.